Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Radio Biafra is proud to launch its new mobile app. This app makes it easier for listeners to access live and repeat broadcasts at any given time. The app is available on Android and Apple stores and is free to install, so just search for Radio Biafra into all one word to get the app on your device.
Radio Biafra International broadcasts are always anchored on well-researched information and not based on personalities, frivolities, and foul languages. The main objective of Radio Biafra International is to empower Biafrans and give them knowledge through professionally delivered information, education, and enlightenment towards the ultimate goal of restoration of the nation of Biafra.
So don't forget, Radio Biafra into all one word.
And join us during our podcasts, and you'll be glad you did.
Stop spending time with the wrong people. Life is too short to spend time with people who suck the happiness out of you. If someone wants you in their life, they'll make room for you. You shouldn't have to fight for a spot. Never ever insist yourself to someone who continuously overlooks your worth. And remember, it's not the people that stand by your side when you're at your best, but the ones who stand beside you when you're at your worst that are your true friends. Stop trying to be someone you're not. One of the greatest challenges in life is being yourself in a world that's trying to make you like everyone else. Someone will always be prettier. Someone will always be smarter. Someone will always be younger. But they will never be you. Don't change so people will like you. Be yourself, and the right people will love the real you. Stop trying to hold on to the past. You cannot start the next chapter of your life if you keep rereading the last one. Stop being scared to make a mistake. Doing something and getting it wrong is at least 10 times more productive than doing nothing. Every success has a trail of failures behind it, and every failure is leading towards success. You end up regretting the things you did not do far more than the things you did. Stop getting involved in relationships for the wrong reasons. Relationships must be chosen wisely. It is better to be alone than to be in bad company. There's no need to rush. If something is meant to be, it will happen at the right time, with the right person, and for the best reason. Stop rejecting new relationships just because old ones didn't work. In life, you'll realize that there's a purpose for everyone you meet. Some will test you, some will use you, and some will teach you. But most importantly, some will bring out the best in you. Stop trying to compensate against things that are not there. And stop trying to compete against everyone else. Don't worry about what others are doing better than you. Concentrate on beating your own records every day. Success is a battle between you and yourself only. I just have to repeat this. This warrants a repeat. Stop trying to compete against everyone else. Don't worry about what others are doing better than you. Concentrate on beating your own records every day. Success is a battle between you and yourself only. Life is too short to spend time with people who suck the happiness out of you. If someone wants you in their life, they'll make room for you. You shouldn't have to fight for a spot. Never, ever insist yourself to someone who continuously overlooks your worth. And remember, it's not the people that stand by your side when you're at your best, but the ones who stand beside you when you're at your worst that are your true friends. Yamasa 2020. I think champion who Bakola went on all of my before you became with you. Because what is stay safe, wherever the corona went off money for Mato. Before what they say about holiday now, what can see that idea? I want to know before you became with you, baby. Oh, what DJ Yamasa 2020. I think champion who Bakola went on all of my before you became with you. Because what is stay safe, wherever the corona went off money for Mato. Before what they say about holiday now, what can see that idea? I want to know before you became with you, baby.
Radio Biafra is proud to launch its new mobile app. This app makes it easier for listeners to access live and repeat broadcasts at any given time. The app is available on Android and Apple stores and is free to install, so just search for Radio Biafra into all one word to get the app on your device.
Radio Biafra International broadcasts are always anchored on well-researched information and not based on personalities, frivolities, and foul languages. The main objective of Radio Biafra International is to empower Biafrans and give them knowledge through professionally delivered information, education, and enlightenment towards the ultimate goal of restoration of the nation of Biafra.
So don't forget, Radio Biafra into all one word.
And join us during our podcasts, and you'll be glad you did.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
We need peace, we choose freedom. We need peace, we choose freedom. There was a nation living in peace and unity. Hey, they are people with love and harmony. Oh, yeah. They saw greatness rise up to its purity. With another people of different culture, a different heritage, bias and oppressive. Oh, I see. A nation from trigger of Africa, rising with strength and might and power. In due time, nobody gonna praise us. Rather, you all gonna embrace her. Wave your flag, wave your flag, wave your flag, wave your flag. Oh yeah. Let the tears of our mothers who lost their children be heard. Let the blood of our heroes speak from now till forever. Let the whole wide world know Biafra is our home. Oh yeah, Biafra is our home. Oh, it's my home. Biafra is our home.
I reminisce way back 1967. Death toll and the blood couldn't count them even. Mama screaming, child squealing, pops on the ground. 2.5 years, over 3 million gone. Why? Cause we asked for our freedom, and we're going back to our sovereign kingdom. They shut us down when we cried, the world said nothing. Sitting back in the crib, watching our suffering. Should I talk about the place, dropping shells like rain? Soka had the first taste of a hero's blood. Abaganazo way was stronger than flood, but the juke is too strong and fought them off on the chart. Thought the bloodshed's gone, then it came again. 216 and the massacre, it started again. So bloody name, I couldn't cry tears. Blood dripping down my eyes, water in my veins. We died trying to fight the cause and we're trying to break it. It's our freedom, but the world was against us.
Wave your flag over Africa. Welcome people of Biafra. Wave your flag over all the world. See those people of Zion is here.
It is a nation that the Lord has chosen for the people of Zion. It is a nation that the Lord has chosen for the people of Zion.
We need peace, we choose freedom. We need peace, we choose freedom. Yeah. Let the tears of our mothers who lost their children be heard. Let the blood of our heroes speak from now till forever. Let the whole wide world know Biafra is our home. I see the rising sun from Africa. Oh, this is sign of victory. Oh, yeah. I see future in Africa. Oh, yeah. People of Biafra. See it shining on the world. Oh, yeah.
The more we fight together, the more we fight together, then stronger we shall be. The more we fight together, the more we fight together, and stronger we shall be.
Rising sun, hey, rising sun. Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Believe it or leave it, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. We've been crying, the world claim not to hear. And we've been lamenting, the world claim not to hear. Our tears flow, the world claim not to see. And our blood flow, the world claim not to see. This is a crime, oh no, against humanity. Oh no, this is a crime. Eritrea spoke out, they were given independence. South Sudan spoke, they were given independence. Namibia spoke out, they were given independence. Give me the reason my people got to be neglected. Give me the reason my people got to be rejected. Give me the reason our freedom got to be a crime. Give me the reason our own freedom got to be denied. Hey, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. I tell you what, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Hey, Biafra is the only hope of Africa. Believe it or leave it. Oh no. Whoa. Serious war, that was physical battle, and we're betrayed by the people them trust. Today heroes are fighting, this is a spiritual battle. Let us unite and give Biafra a meaning. If we don't take time, we can't remain in this life. No freedom of speech, no freedom of expression, no freedom of worship, no freedom of religion. Justice denied. Oh no, of my own very people. Hey. Justice denied. Hey. On the rising sun. Hey. Justice denied. Oh, my freedom fighter. Yeah. What is so bad? My people wanna be liberated. What is so bad? My people wanna be independent. What is so bad? My people wanna be alone. This is the time we will make it known to the world. Hey, Biafra is the only hope of Africa.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
There are two animals on the planet.
There are three things that control our lives: time, wealth, and health. When we're young, we have time. Time to play, time to explore, time to waste, time to be curious. When we're young, we generally have health. We have energy. We have strength. But most of us don't have wealth. We don't have all the money in the world. We can't buy everything we want. We don't get everything we want. When we get older, we still have our health. It may not be the same, but it's still there. But we now have more wealth. We have more money. We have a home. We have devices and possessions. We have a car. We have access to things. But we don't always have time. Money can buy a house, but not a home. It can buy a bed, but not sleep. It can buy a book, but not knowledge. Money can earn a title, but not respect. It can buy a clock, but not time. Those of us who think we have no time for our health will sooner or later have to find time for our illness. When we're young, we had time and health, but no money. When we're older, we have money and health, but no time. And finally, in old age, we have money and time, but no health to use that wealth. So what do? We can have it all, just not all at the same time. We place so much pressure on ourselves trying to get everything to be perfect, trying to get everything to balance, trying to get everything to work together, not recognizing that it's none of those things that actually create happiness or fulfillment in life. As we get older, time, health, and wealth will all be taken away from us. But the one thing that can never be taken away from us is the impact we have on others, because it lives on through them. Our health is the foundation of how we can build our time and wealth. And with our time and wealth, there are two key principles. We become successful by what we get, but we become happy by what we give. And what we give includes our time, our wealth, our energy. And when those things are used to make a positive difference in the lives of others, to help others move forward, to make an impact, that legacy will never be taken away. And as Maya Angelou said, people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel.
Radio Biafra is proud to launch its new mobile app. This app makes it easier for listeners to access live and repeat broadcasts at any given time. The app is available on Android and Apple stores and is free to install, so just search for Radio Biafra into all one word to get the app on your device.
Radio Biafra International broadcasts are always anchored on well-researched information and not based on personalities, frivolities, and foul languages. The main objective of Radio Biafra International is to empower Biafrans and give them knowledge through professionally delivered information, education, and enlightenment towards the ultimate goal of restoration of the nation of Biafra.
So don't forget, Radio Biafra into all one word.
And join us during our podcasts, and you'll be glad you did.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
We need peace, we choose freedom. We need peace, we choose freedom. There was a nation living in peace and unity. Hey, they are people with love and harmony. Oh, yeah. They saw greatness rise up to its purity. With another people of different culture, Adrian heritage, pious and oppressive. Oh, I see. A nation from trigger of Africa, rising with strength and might and power. In due time, nobody gonna praise us. Rather, you all gonna embrace her. With your flag, with your flag, with your flag, with your flag. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let the tears of our mothers who lost their children be heard. Let the blood of our heroes speak from now till forever. Let the whole wide world know Biafra is our home. Oh yeah, Biafra is our home. Oh, it's my home. Yeah, Biafra is our home.
I reminisce way back 1967. Death toll and the blood couldn't kind of make it. Mama screaming, child squealing, pops on the ground. 2.5 years, over 3 million's gone. Why? Cause we asked for our freedom, and we're going back to our sovereign kingdom. They shut us down when we cried, the world said nothing. Sitting back in the crib, watching our suffering. Should I talk about the planes dropping shells like rain? Soka had the first taste of a hero's blood. About the Nazobuni wave was stronger than flood, but the juke is too strong and fought them off on the chart. Thought the bloodshed's gone, then it came again. 216 and the massacre, it started again. So bloody name, I couldn't cry tears. Blood dripping down my eyes, water in my veins. We died trying to fight the curse and we're trying to break it. It's a freedom, but the world was against us.
With your flag over Africa, welcome people of Biafra. Wave your flag over all the world. See those people of Zion is here.
It is a nation that the Lord has chosen for the people of Zion. It is a nation that the Lord has chosen for the people of Zion.
We need peace, we choose freedom. We need peace, we choose freedom. Yeah. Let the tears of our mothers who lost their children be heard. Let the blood of our heroes speak from now till forever. Let the whole wide world know Biafra is our home. I see the rising sun from Africa. Oh, this is our victory. Oh, yeah. I see future in Africa. Oh, yeah. People of Biafra. See light shining on the world. Oh, yeah. Don't allow yourself to be controlled by these 5 things. Many people spend their life at the mercy of circumstances, living at the mercy of what happens to them, living at the mercy of other people, not living in the present because they are stuck in the prison of their past. If you want to live a great life, don't allow yourself to be controlled by any of these things. Number 1, your past. Number 2, other people's opinions and judgments. Number 3, limited beliefs you project on yourself. Number 4, relationships. And number 5, money. Number 1, don't allow your past to control your present or your future life. Whatever happened, you must let it go. Leave the pain of your past behind so it cannot ruin your future. Leave the darkness of your past behind so it cannot block the light of your bright future. Your past is gone. Whatever happened, whether unjust, cruel, harsh, whatever the case, reliving the events will never do you any good. If someone did you wrong, the only way you can win is if you let go and move on. If you live in hate, they win. If you live in the victim story, they win. If you want to win, you must focus on building your future and start right now. Release that weight from your back so you can be free. Don't allow events from the past which are now gone to ruin this moment, which is perfect. This moment, which is now to enjoy, which is ready for you to live fully. Number 2, don't allow other people's opinions and judgments to control the direction of your life. The need to fit in and feel wanted can cause you to travel down paths you don't want to travel. People pleasing is a curse that should be avoided at all costs. Before you do anything, ask yourself, am I doing this because I want to do it, or because of my fear of judgment from others if I don't? You were born unique for a reason. You were born to stand out, to be appreciated and loved for who you are. Don't dim your light so you fit into the dull background of other people's lives. Shine bright as you are. Those who really care for you will see that light and shine with you. Number 3, don't allow your life to be controlled by your own limited beliefs. Now, a warning with this one. These beliefs may be conscious, but more than likely, they're unconscious. They may be unconscious limitations that have been conditioned in you from a young age and throughout your entire life by listening to those around you who never reach for their own dream. Notice your own limited beliefs and tell them to shut up. There is nothing you cannot do, nothing you cannot have, and no one you cannot become if you believe in yourself. If you believe anything is possible, guess what? Anything is possible. When you change your belief from limited to unlimited, your potential is unlimited. Imagine what you could achieve if you lived your life as though anything is possible, as though miracles are a standard requirement of every day. As the saying goes, when there is no enemy within, the enemy outside can do you no harm. When you have nothing inside holding you back, there is nothing outside that can hold you back either. your entire life will change the very instant you decide to change your mindset. The instant you decide to see everything as a gift. When you decide to see every circumstance and challenge as a blessing rather than a curse, the very instant you become conscious to the fact that everything in it is as it should be, and know that fighting what is insane. Number 4, relationships. A touchy subject. But if you are always needing another to be happy, to feel complete, then you are always one moment away from a breakdown if that person leaves you, or unhappiness if the relationship you are in is not going well. I'm not suggesting to avoid relationships. There is no force on earth that is greater than love and connection. I am talking about those who can't live if they are in a relationship. Those who will be with just about anyone, including all the wrong ones, just to avoid spending a moment being single. What I am saying is to develop enough mental strength that you get to the point where you don't need others to make you happy. You are just as happy being alone as you are in a relationship. And number 5, this is what controls the majority of humans on the planet. And you guess what it is? Money. This does not mean you shouldn't want abundance. It doesn't mean money is evil. You know as well as I do what great things you can do and how many people you can help with money. What this means is do not allow your decisions to be controlled by money. If you are choosing something only on the factor of how much money is involved, you've just made the wrong decision. What you will find is that when you follow your heart and you lead with your intention to serve others, to give your best to others every single time, when you follow your intuition and truly give your soul, then the money will come. And it will come in far greater amounts than if you simply chase money for the sake of chasing money. So challenge yourself to live the life you want to live, free from being controlled by anything. Find your freedom. Live fully.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Good morning, good day, listeners of Radio Biafra International from all over the world. This is your very well appreciated radio station, broadcasting to you today, Saturday, November the 14th, 2020. This radio station is brought to you by Biafra Restoration Movement, BRM. You can get us through different platforms such as internet, Facebook, YouTube, RBI app, tuning app. We're on satellite. You can always Google Radio Biafra International and get the rest of the information that you need in order to either log in or be connected to this broadcast. You can join us using your own browser and the computer and downloading the relevant software. Again, today, before our broadcast gets started, we will, in our tradition, always honor our Maker, our Creator. It's very important. We are Israelites, and We worship the one true God. We believe that or two. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we, your children, Biafrans, worship you. We honor you. We exalt your name, O Lord. Our God, we always commit to you our lives and urge that your blessings abide with us. That in our lives we shall walk on the path of righteousness for your name's sake. That we as your people will eschew all manner of evil, eschew sin, eschew idolatry, which you detest. That your name will be exalted in our lives. And that we, O Lord, shall partake of your blessings. Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, because he has come to his people and redeemed them. He has raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he said through his holy prophets long ago. Salvation from our enemies and from the hand of all who hate us, to show mercy to our ancestors and to remember his holy covenant, the oath he swore to our father Abraham, to rescue us from the hand of our enemies and to enable us to serve him without fear, in holiness and righteousness before him all our days, to give his people the knowledge of salvation through the forgiveness of their sins, because of the tender mercy of our God, by which the rising sun will come to us from heaven, to shine on those living in darkness and in the shadow of death, to guide our feet into the path of peace. In the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, our Lord Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. 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 Okay, this today we are keeping in line, keeping ourselves in line with current events, what is going on in Nigeria, the British colonial creation that has been such a problem, such a curse to humanity, the humanity that exists on that geographical enclave. We will continue to discuss, highlight, analyze, and bring to a better understanding the issues that affect the hundreds of millions of people that inhabit that geographical space. It is important that we understand the importance of truth, speaking the truth. The reason why evil increases in any society, while evil dominates in any society, is because righteous people do not speak out the truth. They don't. Because if you ask them, they say, well, I don't want trouble. I'm going to my place. I do my thing and go. And because he has left that public space for the evil ones, the wicked ones, they will take up the public space. And before you know it, they are the ones who are crying, oh, it's terrible. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. Society requires your engagement. The real essence, fundamental essence of society is to have you engaged. It requires your engagement for its purpose to truly be achieved. So if you know what is right, do not extricate yourself from that natural responsibility. In Igbo land, we have a sense of community, just like many places human beings exist. But we have a very strong sense of community using our own culture as an example. And that means that you'll be engaged. You have to be engaged. That is actually what is taught us in democracy. These political ideologies that you think that were hatched in the West, but Igbo people have been practicing it from only God knows when. You know, you have to be engaged. Democracy requires you to be engaged. You know, be engaged in sense of being informed about what is going on in the society. You know, we talk about civic responsibilities to vote, to pay tax, and all the rest of them. This is how a society gets built properly. Because when more people are engaged, then I tell you, it's going to be very much difficult for people whose agenda is sinister to be able to advance it successfully. Why? Because more people are engaged. The issues are examined the more. There is criticism of it. They critique it, actually, the pros and cons of it. You examine it thoroughly. You analyze it, and compare different multifarious perspectives, and be able to understand exactly the best option available to adopt regarding public issues, regarding public affairs, regarding issues that are critical to societal growth and development. But if we just abdicate that responsibility, it will be terrible. The consequences are terrible. And this is what you see that's happening today in Nigeria. People just go and say, okay, it doesn't concern me, so I should, you don't care. Okay. My name is Odi Moalo. I'm your anchor broadcast today. And with me, I have my wonderful brother who's deep, and he analyzes the issues of Nigeria so profoundly well. And his evaluation process of issues, I very much admire. And we are glad to have him Radio Biafra International, Mazi Chuks Ikedi. And he will be helping me to look into this. He's profoundly a very exceptional journalist. And if we combine as also other panelists come in, we will do justice to the information that we have today. First of all, we have the information that Jerry John Rawlings has died. He was a Ghanaian military officer and politician who led the country from 1981 to 2001, and also for a brief period in 1979. He led a military junta until 1992 and then served 2 terms as the democratically elected president of Ghana. Rawlings initially came to power in Ghana as a flight lieutenant of the Ghana Air Force following a coup d'etat in 1979. And then prior to that, he led an unsuccessful coup attempt against the ruling military government on 15th May 1979, just a few weeks before scheduled democratic elections were due to take place. But after initially handing over power to a civilian government, he took back control of the country on 31st December 1981 as the chairman of the Provisional National Defense Council, PNDC, in 1992. Rawlings resigned from the military, founded the National Democratic Congress, NDC, and became the first president of the Fourth Republic. He was re-elected in 1996 for 4 more years. After 2 terms in office, the limit, according to the Ghanaian constitution, Rawlings endorsed his vice president, John Atta Mills, as presidential candidate in 2000. Rawlings served as the African Union envoy to Somalia. So we have here a man who is an exceptional African leader, and we all talk about him, about his schools and how he actually eliminated a lot of incorrigible politicians, crooks, criminals, who refuse that government cannot improve. Then, in other words, the lives of the people cannot improve. Well, he decided to remove them from the political public space by force, because these men were incorrigible, as you have in Nigeria today. You know, very incorrigible people, reprobates. You know, they just take up political positions and that's it, and make the lives of other people live in hell. And justify it, you know. And how you know them is one is that they lie. It's in the face of the facts. They will come out there and lie. They want to set up media to actually campaign, you know, as a propaganda machinery for their own interests. You know, the media will never say the truth. That is why, for example, you have Nigeria today, they are complaining about social media. What is the problem with social media? Social media said the truth. They expose them. That is their problem. Rather than face their responsibility, their public responsibility of ensuring that you develop that place, have light, water, ease all the restrictions and economic strangulations, which are deliberate to ensure that people live in hunger. It is part of the Islamization process. You know, that is why a typical Islamic society, you have few people on top, then the rest will serve them, because the people on top are special. You know, to God, I guess they're special. God sent them especially on earth to stand on top of the rest. And so they curtail and they hinder opportunity. They make sure that they constrain every way to create a free society where people can flourish economically and independently on their own, and you know, simply flourish within their own areas or endeavors of pursuits. And this is what you have in Nigeria, bringing that value system to strangulate a society. I keep saying it. Islam is undemocratic. Islam does not believe in equity and justice. Sense of justice is completely warped. Because they're following a man who was an armed robber, who married 13 wives, you know, most of them from people he slaughtered, you know, even some of them relatives who take it from someone else, take the women from someone else, married a 6-year-old baby girl. You know, this is a role model for some people. And you look at them, their reasoning has been, it is a religion that if you get involved in, you know, just stops your reason, your conscience stop working. And then if you ask them right there, you see them defending it. There's, you know, because to them, it's just about us and them. You know, we over here, the other one, not about the truth. It is we are over here and you are over there. We fight you, you fight us. Not what is the truth here. Why can, you know, conscience doesn't work with that. So these are the problems that Nigeria is having, and people with such mindset. And that is why Nigeria, there is no equity, there is no justice, there is no democracy, you know, because they are the ones who have been in charge and power, and they have ruined the whole place finally. And those who are hating the Igbo, you have helped them to bring yourself to this situation that you are. I will tell you the truth. This is Radio Biafra International. You know, we will tell you the truth so that you know, you examine it. If you feel that it's not the truth, okay, bring up your own points. We'll talk about it. But it is the hatred of the Igbo which is historically evident. But we have the evidence of that. The people who were massacred all over the country in 1966, the first president in 1945 and 1953, 1966, all over the country, you know, because they were insisting that there should be order in the system. The coup of January 1966 was because of this disorder and the perpetration of the problem you're seeing today. It was what was going on. And that's why those military officers struck. I'm telling you. Yes, because of the impunity of Tafawa Balewa, the impunity of Ahmadu Bello, to decide to do whatever they like in the government. Okay, go if you don't want to abide by a system that is has equity embedded in it. I mean, they say no. The British told them no. Go seize the government, seize the oil, we will oppress them. And they saw it as an opportunity. Ahmadu Bello in 1960 said that, uh, as Ahmadu Bello, as their great grandfather, Uthman Danfodio told them that this country was an estate, his own estate. You see, these are people who came in 1804. Then they made the whole place estate. That is turning into what is it today? Is it not an estate of the Fulani people? It's an estate. Go to NNPC. Yes, they seize everything. They seize the government. They hijack the government, the military. Out of the 18 military agencies, and 17 are headed by Islamic Muslims. Where is the federal character principle? The federal characters have been thrown into the trash. That is what happens when most of you Nigerians, because I keep saying it, Nigerians are very wicked people. They are the ones who, and I say this because nobody wants to talk about it. The hatred of the Igbo in that country is what allowed you all to allow this thing to happen. Simple. Because you refuse fairness. You want to accuse somebody who hasn't done anything wrong to you. You want to hate somebody who has not done anything wrong to you. Actually, it's that person that could have helped your life. But you hate. You are jealous. You are envious. What do you think that's going to produce? This is exactly what that type of thing produces. In fact, from the testimony of one General Ahmed, it's just another Fulani or whatever, that is in the Nigerian army, because they've taken the whole army to slaughter everybody and take over the whole place. What else is Islam all about? Conquest. They will put on military uniform and tell you that they believe in democracy and all. That's a lie, So, but he was testifying to the tribunal set up by the government of Lagos government, Lagos state government. Sanwo-Olu, the governor, is in charge of Lagos state regarding the Lekki massacre. And he said that most of the looting in Lagos was against Igbo businesses that were looted and destroyed. But he said it was well organized. And that's the part I want everybody to underline. Well organized. It was organized by some people. These are people you're doing NSAS with. Then the protesters are not involved. The protesters were genuine. But these are some group of people too who went and organized to loot Igbo shops, because it's an opportunity to loot Igbo shops. And hoodlums. The government now calls the protesters hoodlums. How do you put a label on protesters? People who are protesting peacefully until you began to shoot them. And you don't want them to defend themselves. The same kind of evil you see in Nigeria. And, all these governors and legislators and that, they have the guts to be defending this thing. Now they want to freeze the account of the people who sponsored and participated in NSAS protest. But I still ask Nigerians, why is it that it is only, you're talking about killing innocent people? They've been killing young Biafrans who are demonstrating innocent. You don't complain about it. You're happy about it. That evil in you will come to you. That's why this thing is happening now. And more is coming. On the day you all need to repent of your sinful behaviors. Sinfulness. You are wicked in your heart. Very wicked. If it happens to the Igbo, you're happy. You're very happy. But now it involves everybody else. The Igbo is involved as well. Yeah, his shop is being looted in front of you. Take his opportunity to shop. What do you think reduced Nigeria to the way it is? You are still trying to blame the Igbo up till today. Oh, it's Adi Ironsi, a man who was just there for 6 months. You say, oh, if they use unitary government. Since he left in 6 months, why don't you revise that system? Since you people hate new unitary government. Gowon hated unitary government, but he couldn't change it. When I say you're evil, I mean it literally. You people are satanic beyond measure in Nigeria. Nigerians think it's just blaming the military. This is what you all produce with your wickedness. A man who simply invited the civil service because his command structure of the military. You need command structure in order to move. And he was already had made public how he's going to handle within 1 year. Can you imagine that? You know, and he couldn't last for 6 months. They say, oh, Nzogwu did this, and Nzogwu keep. Why must Sadauna Ahmadu Bello be rigging elections and him and Tafawa Balewa causing havoc everywhere? The same havoc that the Islamic North has been causing in Nigeria is the same thing they are doing today since 1960. You all cannot face them. You don't want to face them and know what to do about it. You are looking for the Igbo to attack, the victim. Because that's how you know now how wicked Nigerians are. Just the type of thing the politicians are doing to protesters. The victim, they will attack the victim. They want to arrest them. They want to, the victim, somebody complain of what is done to him. They will go on, and how dare you complain? And you wonder why there is war? You wonder why the same people who look the other way when Boko Haram is killing, they are releasing Boko Haram and they are inducting them into the military. In the open right there, you don't complain about it. You see Fulani people massacring people everywhere, all over the country. You don't have a problem with it. It is young Biafrans who are demonstrating peacefully. You are talking about flag. Oh, he mounted flag here. He mounted flag there. These people, you are insane. When I say you people are satanic, I mean it. You are satanic. Like, what's his name? Yes, on weekend, who we're going to discuss later. But let's talk about, I don't want to digress. Let us talk about Jerry Rawlings of Ghana. And let me share some information about him. Particularly, we know about the coup which he was involved in, the coup of 1979. So this is something that is a little bit very cardinal in his life. Yeah, it is sort of a landmark period of his life. The Rawlings grew discontent with Ignatius Kutu Acheampong's government, which had come to power through a coup in January 1972. Acheampong was accused not only of corruption, but also of maintaining Ghana's dependency on pre-colonial powers that led to economic decline and improvement and impoverishment, you see? Yeah, pre-colonial policies. You see governments that maintain it. If you give them good suggestions, they are incompetent, completely incompetent. They have warped aptitude over issues of reality. That is why greed is very bad. Loving material things. Because it will naturally skew the way you look at everything. And this is a culture, and I'm talking about even for my own Igbo people and everybody else. Stop loving positions and material things, and because it will skew your judgment of right and wrong. Simple as that. Soon as you do that, they show you something that's right, you say it's wrong. They show you something wrong, you say it's right. You have a problem right there. You don't promote righteousness. But I will come to that. You see what all these governors are talking about when they went to Rivers State and so on. From their own mouth. See where their concerns are. It's terrible. How can you move a society forward with this kind of value system? It's gone. So it's a question of time. So let me read on about Rawlings. Rawlings was part of the Free Africa movement, an underground movement of military officers who wanted to unify Africa through a series of coups. On 15 May 1979, 5 weeks prior to civilian elections, Rawlings and 6 other soldiers staged a coup against the government of General Fred Akufo, but failed and was arrested by the Ghanaian military. Rawlings was publicly sentenced to death in a general court-martial and imprisoned, although his statements on the social injustices that motivated his actions won him civilian sympathy. You see? He was so moved, he put his life there on the line. While awaiting execution, Rawlings was sprung from custody on 4th June 1979 by a group of soldiers. You see, he was awaiting execution. That's it. Because of the suffering of the people, this man put his life on the line. But in 4th June 1979, by a group of soldiers, he was sprung out of custody, claiming that the government was corrupt beyond redemption and that new leadership was required for Ghana's development. He led the group in a coup to oust the Akufo government and Supreme Military Council. Shortly afterward, Rawlings established and became the chairman of a 15-member Armed Forces Revolutionary Council, primarily composed of junior officers. He and the AFRC ruled for 112 days, arranged the execution by firing squad of 8 military officers, including General Kote, John Amedume, Roger Feli, and Utaka, as well as the 3 former heads of state, Afrifa, Achampong, and Akufo. 3 heads of states. Can you imagine? You know, where corruption is just embedded. It's terrible. The executions were dramatic events in Ghana history, which has suffered few instances of political violence. Rawlings later implemented a much wider house cleaning exercise involving the killings and abduction of over 300 Ghanaians. Elections were held on time shortly after the coup. On 24 September 1979, power was peacefully handed over by Rawlings to President Hila Liman, whose People's National Party (PNP) had the support of Nkrumah's followers. 2 years later, Rawlings ousted President Hila Liman in a coup d'etat on 31 September 1981, claiming that civilian rule was weak and that the country's economy was deteriorating. The killings of the Supreme Court Justices Cecilia Koranteng Ado, Frederick Sakodi, and Kwajo Agiepong, military officers Major Sam Akua and Major Dasana and Togma, also occurred during the second military rule of Rawlings. However, like the 1979 executions, these people were abducted and killed in secret, and it is unclear who was behind their murders, though Joaquin Amati Quaid and 4 others were convicted for 4 of these murders, which involved all 3 justices. And Akwe was executed in 1982. So let us look at this coup in 1981 and the reforms. And believing the Liman regime to be unable to resolve Ghana's neo-colonial economic dependency, Rawlings led the second military coup against Liman and indicted the entire political class on 31st December 1981. In place of Liman's People's National Party, Rawlings established the Provisional National Defense Council, military junta as the official government. Although the PNDC claimed to be a representative of the people, it lacked experience in the creation of and implementation of clear economic policies. Rawlings, like many of his predecessors, attributed current economic and social problems in the trade, malpractices, and other anti-social activities of a few business people. In December 1982, the PNDC announced its 4-year economic program of establishing a state monopoly on export-import trade, with the goal of eliminating corruption surrounding import licenses and shift trade away from dependency on Western markets. You see that? Looking for his independence, not simply people who have colonized you, oppressed you, enslaved you, every other thing, you just depend on them. Unrealistic price controls were imposed on the market and enforced through coercive acts, especially against business people. This resolve to employ state control over the economy is best demonstrated by the destruction of the Makola No. 1 market. The MPNDC established workers' defense committees and people's defense committees to mobilize the population to support radical changes in the economy. So basically, we can see that Rawlings began to establish economic and political reforms that eventually made Ghana to bounce back, and we can see how Ghana is today. Mazi Chukwusi Kedigwe, please, I'd like you to comment on Rawlings, Jerry Rawlings, and before you do, let me just read a little bit of excerpt, because he was there also when the Biafran leader died, Odumegwu Ojukwu. He said in tribute, Rawlings said he successfully landed at Akani Ibiam International Airport in Enugu in darkness on Wednesday and deducted that the ghost of Ojukwu is at work. Rawlings said that he became conscious of the enormity of the Nigerian Civil War when the late Dick Tiger Ihate of Imo, a boxing hero of the time, was conscripted into the Biafran army. See? So the conscription of Dick Tiger into the Nigerian army was what made him go. He said the Nigerian Civil War saw 2 great Nigerians fighting for the same thing from the opposite sides. One for the dignity of Nigeria and the other for the unity of Nigeria. So this is just a political statement that he's making additionally, And then he says, politically correct statement. But as I said, Ojukwu stood for principles equity, peace, and justice. But he did not hesitate to protect his people. He had to lead a sacrificial war, the former Ghanaian Air Force Flight Lieutenant said. So this was on Vanguard of March 1, 2012. He's coming. Mazi Chuksikedigo, can you speak a little bit on Rawlings before we go into issues of Nigeria?
Okay, thank you, Mazodi. Thank you, our great listeners. Thank you, humanity. Thank you for joining us again. Here is your favorite radio station, Radio Biafran International. Here we speak truth to power. We do not massage words, but at the same time, we do not insult people or we do not call names. This is our trademark broadcast. Thank you. Talking about Jerry Lawrence, okay? He's a great man. He fulfilled a lot. It's a man the Ghanaians will never forget. And that's why most of them are sad that he's passing. It's a man that led by example, fought for the people, had the interest of the masses at hand, the Ghanaians. Yeah, he really changed the country. We shouldn't forget that there was a time here we were chasing Ghanaians away. Here, when Ghanaians were running away from their own country because of corruption, bad leadership, before this man now came and changed the ties, changed everything, and now Nigerians are fighting to stay in Ghana because of the work this man did. He remains one of the most respected leaders from Ghana. He achieved a lot. He's a man of the people. He speaks well. We mustn't forget that his dad is not even from Ghana. Rather, his mom. I think his dad is an Irish person, while his mom that's even a Ghanaian. But in spite of all, he chose Ghana to be his home place, and he made sure that he changed everything about Ghana. Ghana today remains one of the most respected countries. Most of the companies have left Nigeria. Guess where they're all moving to? They're all moving to Ghana because the story of Ghana has changed. I wish you have somebody like that who can help us to eliminate the corrupt people that we have here so that maybe life can change. Ghanaians are now sensitive to corruption. Nobody wants to be corrupt again because you can get the Jerry's treatment. And that's why everybody now washes out. Everybody now, they're mindful of their arts. They all started with one man. And at the same time, I would like to thank the junior officers that saved him when he was arrested during the coup that he did, sentenced to death. If not for him, maybe he would have died. If not for them that scaled him away from the people that would have executed him, then the story of Ghana would have been, maybe Ghana would have been crying over him. But thank God those people, thank God those junior officers were able to do it, carry him to safety. And from safety, he launched another coup. The second coup was the one that now helped him to finish the work he started. So it must be, and that's the principle of the second chance. Because when you have the opportunity of a second chance, do not misuse it. Because the whole nation, the whole country, a continent, a generation might be waiting to achieve greatness from that opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shooks, for that. And I used to tell the Nigerians whom we talk with, says, okay, we need General Rawlings. I tell them, General Rawlings has come and gone. He came in Nzobo and he went. You people don't want good thing at all. You are very wicked people. You know, there's a lot of wickedness in that country. And that is why they produce wicked people as leaders. You know, look at what APC has done. They did an election in Ondo State. They voted APC in there. The same man they voted in is the man who is justifying clamping down on NSAS people. Can you imagine that? And you're asking yourself, did somebody actually put a vote for this type of human being? Down for it. You know, it's amazing. And what is your duty? Those of you who know what is going on, your duty is to educate others rather than keep quiet.
Mazodi, can I remind you something? The funniest thing is that this man you are talking about was a former NBA president. The same man you're talking was a former NBA
What's his name?
president.
I think Akeredolu or something, isn't it?
Yeah, Akeredolu. Yeah, he was a former NBA president. And look at him now, now supporting this stupidity of the government because he wants to be at their good book. He now forgets who he was or where he's coming from. That's the wickedness of Nigerians.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on, Mazichuk.
I just wanted to tell you that that's what Nigerians do. Immediately they think they've balanced that the system. They just forget about the system. They just use the authority of the system now to suffer the masses. In case of Jerry Lawrence, it's got that Jerry Lawrence was changing the system so that the common man can enjoy. But in Nigeria, what do they have? The people now take advantage of the system to rather impoverish the people. They keep supporting the wickedness on the generality of the people. And that's the total difference between what Jerry Lawrence did and what these Nigerians are doing. And that's why the country is not going anywhere. That's why I have Nigerians now running to Ghana. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. So for those of you who are expecting rolling, the time has passed. You cannot continue to be having, God does not keep giving you opportunity and you keep blowing it. It does not work that way. You know, he might give you a second chance, okay, but don't expect that thing will keep going. No, it's not true. Nigerians have had, after, look at Jonathan, very quiet man. It's true he doesn't have certain metal that you may see him that way, okay, but he's not a criminal. He has come quite ready to improve the place. No, he must see appointed Igbo people there. Where is the oil coming? It's not from Igbo land. It's not from Jonathan's land. What is wrong with you people? Evil people. And you have people who oppose him. Today, they are all crying. You've been calling those who opposed APC before they came in, you call them wailers. Who is wailing now? Why are you joining the rest of us to wail? So you've joined the wailers now because you must wail based on what is going on in that country. Because you refuse to reason properly, you refuse to support what is right. You don't understand that it's to your benefit to support the truth. When so that's why I talk about idolatry. Idolatry is terrible because I know the spiritual source of these things. Even in our own land, in Ebola, where you have these things going on, is idolatry, where people will turn up evil, turn up the truth into a lie, and you expect the community to live in peace and everything is fine. No, you're promoting something now that you don't know the outcome. It's going to be very, very bad in the outcome. When people go to village meetings and so, nobody talks the truth. Somebody is rich there. Everybody respects him, not the truth. Who is he? Throw him out of that place with his money. I mean, literally throw him out if he ever interrupts in what is going on. And establish the truth. That is how your community improves. That is how your children improve. That's how you have a better future. Not, twisting things up. Lying like your father, the devil. The Bible talks about the devil as a liar. And his children lie like him. And Jesus said it. So that's what you people do. Your father is the devil. I don't mind the fact you go to church. This church, you're going to stop it. You're wasting your time. Go and repent first, because if you don't repent, that church, you're going to mean anything. You are trying to deceive yourself. You think God can be deceived like human beings? When you come up and you see the evil, you don't condemn it. You keep pretending. Keep somersault over everything. That's why you brought Nigeria to this. You couldn't stand Jonathan for 4 years. And this guy was improving the economy. Even they were undermining him. I remember gas pipelines, how under the sea they went and exploded that gas pipeline. I remember that. I think in Lagos, they went and just to undermine the man. Evil people. And you wonder why there's hunger? You wonder why, and you went and brought in Islamic jihadists. What do you expect from APC, Islamic jihadists? APC had 27 committees, members of the committee, the working committee or so, something like that was running the party. 27 of them were all Muslims. What do you expect? And what do you expect from Islam? You want them to reduce you to 7th century Muhammad's time? That's why they are going now. What do you expect going on? That's why Fulani can slaughter everybody else. None of you can Challenge it. We're not to talk about our governors and senators and so who have sold out their souls to the devil himself. That is what they are, you know. And then they continue to, and then people say, oh, well, you know, we don't call them that name. Don't call who that name is. You think we're doing name calling here? We're telling you exactly what is going on. This is not name calling. We don't have time for that. You know, this is exactly what is going on. These people have sold their soul because people are dying, people are suffering, the economy is being strangulated deliberately. There is incompetence in governance when you put people who don't know what to do there. And not only just that they don't know what to do, they end up in looting the whole place. And from looting, they end up in oppressing the people, extorting from people and so on and so forth. That's what you get. The society will collapse. It will collapse. What else do you expect from that? But this is, and you went and run Jonathan out after no. A man whose oil in Ilobri in his place, you have sucked the whole thing dry. The wealth of Biafra land has made all of you to eat and since 1958. But no, don't favor people from that side. Don't never. It has to be the North ruling. Obasanjo will rule for 12 years. The other person will do with restructure. You're playing games with restructure. Everything is just, you know, evil people. Evil people. Evil people. Those of you who will come out of it, I urge you to repent today. Give your life to God. Give your life to Yeshua HaMashiach. Give your life to Christ. Truly. Truly. So that maybe your soul can be saved. Other than that, you know, you'll be condemned. You'll be bound to hell. Well, you know what you're talking about. You can go to church 1,000 times. Doesn't change it. It's what you're doing that shows what you actually are, who you are, what you do. You judge by what you do, not what you say. You know, you don't talk. No. You know, even Christ said it in his Bible. He gave them a parable of two sons. One was his father told him to do something. He said he was going to do it. Later, he didn't do it. And then he told the other one to do it. He said he's not going to do it. But later once he did it. And Jesus asked them, which one did his father's will? It is about doing the will. So keep playing games. You know, people who went to school, they're educated, and you know, but you know, even if you didn't go to school, what does that is not going to school mean that you have to carry a stamp of unrighteousness on you and evil and sin? There are people who go to school who are far much better than those who went to school because of what they do. What they do, you know. So it's not just the schooling aspect, but also the fact that, you know, truth. You're objectionable to truth. You know, makes you an evil person. You know, and this is what Nigeria is suffering from. Now let's go to the very more. This is another important thing to us in Nigeria, and this is about what's going on in Rivers State. We need to talk about it and not mince words about it. It is very, very critical that we discuss it. And I'm going to discuss this from the point of publications on articles on Vanguard. This one is on November 9th about Rivers State, because there is genocide going on in Rivers State. You know, genocide in Obi. And why is there genocide in Obi? It says here in Vanguard News of November 9, Rivers will continue to be home to Igbos. Wike. So Rivers State Governor Nyesom Ezenwo Wike has declared the state will continue to be home to people of Igbo ethnic nationality. Governor Wike gave the assurance during a meeting with Southeast governors, the leaders of Ohanes and the Igbo community in the state at Government House, Port Harcourt on Sunday. The governor said, in the wake of the Oyibo crisis, it's just Oyibo crisis, not Oyibo slaughter, Oyibo crisis. And this is where, for the information of those who don't know what is happening, the governor accused young Biafrans of killing policemen and so on. From all indications of what we're getting, after the NSAS movement, so many, I think 205 police stations, according to the Inspector General of Police, were destroyed. Some 22 policemen died in different parts of the country. But in Rivers State, Wike, who's the governor of the state, decided to blame the thing on Biafrans. So he said young Biafrans went there from information I was getting, the person is not even a registered member of the IPOB that he was claiming, you know, and even if he was, you know, and then send people to Igbo to destroy our people, the military. This military is full of northerners, whom you know that the day you tell them to kill the Igbo man is that is their best day. They will just rejoice. They will call party to come and kill the Igbo. And of course, they went there and began to shoot everything on sight. Everything on sight, including animals and places and burn houses. They were going house to house, dragging people out and shooting them. Many bodies have disappeared. They disappeared people. That's the strategy the Nigerian government uses these days. We have seen it happen over the years. They will kill and they disappear so that the evidence will disappear. That's why they want to destroy the evidence. Some of them, they go and bury them in mass graves, or they pour acid on them, you know, something to destroy the evidence. That is what the level Nigerian government is now. And they've been doing it. Innocent protesters. They did it to a lot of Biafrans. And that is why I still urge today in Radio Biafra International, those of you in Masob, you know how under Obasanjo, some of you were killed. And, you know, under this beast, terrorist who is answering, but it's not him anyway, the impostor that is in Asoro and his cohorts, people like Ibrahim Babgambari, you know, and so on and so forth. You know, they are the ones who are behind this genocide as well. Then Mike, you know, make sure, please, these Biafran groups, make sure you keep the records. I don't know what is wrong with our people. Can you please have the pictures and the stories of these people written down? Their parents and relatives and eyewitnesses need to give testimony. Put it up in the internet for the world to see. That's how the world knows what is going on. There is no way you can just keep quiet after all these things done and just go home like nothing happened. What is wrong with our people? Oh yeah, but people are dead now. Some people will say, oh, they want to. You need to get the information, collect the information, put it. The internet is there for the world. You have availability now in this day and age. Please, can you use that? So that they can see the face, people can see the faces and the stories of the people. Anybody killed, you put his picture, write his story. He had testimony from so and so says that this happened. The police or the army shot him as he was coming back from the market, you know, right there on the spot. They dragged him out of the house. They raped this woman. Write those things down and publish them. Biafrans, I beg of you. I beg of you. It's gone too much that you have kept quiet over the dead. We're not going to do this thing like we did, you know, those who fought for us in Biafra died and we went our various ways. I guess that's why we're being punished. How can you do that? Somebody went and took a bullet for you and died, and you forgot him? And you're telling me, oh, so that there'll be peace. Keep obeying your enemy, and that will be, your life will be a mess. As it's going downhill today. With all the money you have, tell me what is the mess, or is this type of life you want to live? Where your home is not safe for you. Your home, you can't go home. You can't do anything. That's why they're telling you it's not about that money. Put that money into good use. Put it into good use. It is with God that you can put that money into good use. What are we going to just eat money with her? Even if we do, give me a break. How long do we last here? So make a positive contribution towards it. Don't forget those who went there and died for you. You know, we were under siege, blockade air, land, and sea. They were ready to wipe us out of the face of the earth. These wicked, devilish people wanted to wipe us out of the face of the earth. But God of Israel, I keep saying that, with the power of his right hand, delivered us. I call Obunigwe the right hand of God. That is how God saves people. That's why I'm telling some of you who don't want to depend on God, I'm sorry for you. Because you think you can do it yourself. If we can deliver ourselves, why don't you deliver yourself now? Do it. Do it now. If it was easy, it would have already been done. There are things that within your limit, there are things that which God has left to your limit, to our limit as human beings to do. There are things we can do. You need God to be involved. When God is involved in something, I'm telling you, you will know. You yourself will know. He'll baffle you. And that's why I urge you to pray. Don't ever look at prayer as the way some, I don't want to call them names, you know. Look at it, you know. Yeah, let them look at it that way. They'll end up where they end up themselves. But we pray. We pray to God. That is the way we appreciate it, we honor it, we relish it. It is fantastic. We fast, we pray. We are Israelites. We are meant to worship God no matter what. And it's not a difficult thing. It's not about your denomination. Can't you pray that place you are? Can't you talk to God? Can't you change? I mean, these are things that are just very clear. The Bible was not advocating any sect or this thing or religion. It told you what to do. The Bible is a set of instructions. That's all it is. Go and please carry it out. That's what you do. If you don't do that, then I'm sorry. I don't know what else you're talking about. You know, that's going to save us. So the Biafrans, let's depend on God to save us. He will, while we do our own part. And our own part is things like this. Go and compile the names and stories of everybody from the time we are supposed to have a compilation of all those people that died during the war. This is time to set up a site and then ask people to begin to contribute a site. But we have Ohaneze, which is a dead organization of people who are dead and corrupt, spiritually corrupt and dead people, you know, who are busy kowtowing to the desires of people in power. You know, how can you be electing an Ohaneze president and it is the governors that are electing him, and you expect that Ohaneze to go and defend the interests of the masses? That's a complete, it's not possible. They owe their allegiances to those governors and politicians, which is what you see Nyangodo doing. You know, they come out in the open and tell you, oh, the clean Igbo people are bad and so on. But these are just cosmetic, trying to make cosmetic cover-ups, you know. If clean Igbo people are that, what are you doing about it? No, it is Fulani has been killing Igbo people. Nothing. Just don't do anything about it. Just keep quiet on it. Yeah. But when the people now decide to fight back, one way or the other, there's NSAS protest. Wike will jump up and all the power in him will come out. He just kill the people who don't want to be afraid because they want to impress Fulani. They are not even ashamed. People of their age, as old as these men are, they are not ashamed of themselves. That they are genuflecting to people like Fulani people. Very wicked people who all they do is slaughter people everywhere and take people's land. Criminals by culture. Their culture is a culture of criminality. Are you going to say that what I'm saying is wrong? You know the evidence abounds now. We can begin to read it for you. Because I know some of you, that's what you would like to think. That evil in you would like to drive you to that place where you say, oh, but it's not, you don't have to say it that way. Yeah, but he has to kill. If somebody kills and is killed, is it not justice? But this one, the people they killed didn't kill, they're complaining. And you have people who come and support the killers. How can somebody carry AK-47 and be walking around in the streets? But you can't. Some of them are from Nigeria. The police don't see them to arrest. You're not ashamed of yourself. And you have these governors coming up to talk to you. And you're even listening to them. That place they went to River State should have been empty. Completely empty. None of you should have gone there. And it's time to tell your own relatives and so on, stop going to where these governors are. They are a disgrace to humanity. They are a disgrace. Stop doing it. It is what you're doing that is causing your situation to be the way it is. Wike wants to talk, you go there to listen to him. Some go to there to clap for him. That is the type of person you are. Let him stay there and talk to himself if he wants to. Or one of these Eastern governors or Wahi. Leave them there to go and talk to themselves. That's how you send a message to him. Rather than going there to say, oh, well, Mr. Governor, you know, people, you know, they can pay a few psychophants there, you know, give them public money. And they'll keep jumping around. But they will know. People will know. But don't stop going to them. When you see them, go your business. The least you can do is to boo them. You can boo them. Ooh, when it's passing. It is that simple to do. Why can't you even do that? People who should have been prosecuted, put in cuffs and put in jail. But no, you want to. He's governor. What did they do to you that the word governor has a, what did it do in your brain? A governor that goes and brings in military people to come and slaughter his people, innocent young people who have done nothing, and dispose of them. Today, up to today, there is no prosecution. Nobody's arrested, no prosecution for these crimes against humanity. But the case is in international criminal court. Yeah, they have about 18 of them there. Wike is joining them too. They will join Umahi and all these other people. Look at the one Ugwan in Enugu State. After the slaughter on Okwa he ran to what is this? To this impostor in Abuja to beg. Shameless people. Igbo cannot be without Nigeria. Let me just analyze this article from this because I don't want to jump on myself. It says here, it says, the governor said in the wake of the Igbo crisis, people peddled the rumor that he's chasing Igbos out of Rivers State, which is not true because the state has an enduring relationship with the Igbos. Tell your people, Rivers people will continue to live together with Igbos. Look at that statement. He says again, don't allow your sons to tell you lies. Igbos are innovative and hardworking. There can't be Nigeria without Igbos. Nobody should take them for granted. Yeah, there can't be Nigeria. First of all, look at what it says here. The state has an enduring relationship with the Igbos. Tell your people Rivers State will continue to live together with Igbos. As if Igbos are not in Rivers State. They don't own a very large part of Rivers State. Yeah? If I ask you, I say almost 85% of that state is Igbo. Yes, but there is identity crisis, which people like Mike are involved in. Identity crisis. Mike has identity crisis. As some of you in Rivers State do have. It's time for you to begin to make up your mind. And that's why I say idolatry is very bad. If you have any idol that you are worshiping there, you're not worshiping Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ, as Lord and Savior to you, I'm sorry for you. You will continue to behave this way. Unless you go out to consult it. It's like people who watch the demonstration, you tell them, they're going to carry Odeshi. You see them carrying one God also. I'm sorry for them. These are people who, because of their behavior, we have been subjected to all these problems from Fulani people. They are messing us up before God that created heaven and earth. This time you worship God, the true God, and leave those idolatry stuff because it's making you behave the way you're not supposed to. That is the fact. You cannot face the truth with idols because that spirit always a demon. It's a demon that pretends to you that it is moral, that it is good. It's not of God. It's not of God. Well, there's identity crisis. Why did I say that? Rivers is the name of which people or ethnic group? Which people does the name Rivers belong to? Or crossing the river? Cross river and river. Think of it. These are names given to you by the colonial, both the external colonial and internal colonial people. Northern Islamic Muslims who were military informants, and they begin to draw the lines. The same thing the Europeans did to us, to draw up Africa as in line, take rule and just be drawing without consulting the people, without the people's consultation or consent. They create this country, you take this country, I take this one. And the same thing you see them do about states. They want to carve out some Igbo people from River State, carve them out from here, carve them out from there, make them small. Very soon, Abia will become Niger Delta. Very soon, Imo it will be left Anambra alone. And Imo, I guess. And, Ebonyi and Imo. Ebonyi will say, you know what, I think we're from Benue, we're from north to southwest. The other one will say, that is the plot of this. Make them as small as possible in the map. But I'm coming to tell you that today, Igbo people are indigenous in more than 14 states in Nigeria. Indigenous in more than 40 states. We're going to broadcast it though. This type of promoting evil will end because we'll continue to broadcast these issues for our people to know. Go on, and this, I keep saying, this is the age of DNA test. It is time to, and very soon, somebody will make that sacrifice and bring out DNA test. You will come, I'm Igbo, we do DNA. Come from Igala, come here, we do DNA. We will publish it. Yes. Some people begin to come out, and then so that this idea, this evil will have to end. They want to make the Igbo as small as possible in the map. Igbo is as far as in Arago in Nazareth. Igbo is in Benue State. And this is what the type of thing these people went talking about, these governors and because they want to maintain the lie that Igbo is in the 5 southeastern states. The lie that favors Fulani, that favors those who are oppressing their people, that favors those, that favors the colonists. So we see where it says here further, it says, but that those doesn't mean, where they say that there can't be Nigeria without Igbos. Nobody should take them for granted. Don't allow all this holy value stuff, Don't allow your sons to tell you lies. Igbos are innovative and hardworking. So what? So what? That is why they should be killed. That's why they should be exploited. That's why they should be oppressed. Address the exploitation and oppression and the inequities. That's what we want you to do. Why is it that somebody on uniform, because it's police or army, and given the gun by the so-called constitution, has the right to kill another citizen? They've been doing that for ages, for decades. Oh, now they kill them. Why do they attack the police stations? Why do they? Even the policemen that treat them well, they know them. They'll say, okay, go. Then they'll attack the other ones who shoot fire at them, they will destroy them. And then you come here and call them hoodlums. These people are hoodlums. You are lying. We will not take your narrative. Your narrative cannot stand. And that's why you want to shut down the media. That's why you call protesters hoodlums. Why must the police on uniform or the army on uniform have the right to kill other citizens? The disgrace that Wike and the so-called 5 Eastern governors and Haneza have been to us is heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. Now, let me read further. It says, but you have to obey the rules. Yes, what are the rules? The rules are stay and be killed by police. Police extorts you, kills you, or tortures you, disappears you. Just obey the rules. Okay? Yeah. Where is Wike and Ohaneze to stop this? They can't. Umoda has been talking about, that there are roadblocks, 300 roadblocks from Enugu and all the rest of them. Then what have you done? Nothing. Yeah. But you want the people to keep being suppressed by these people, keep being extorted, keep being disappeared, keep being killed, and your parents and your relatives cannot find your corpse to bury. That's what you want them to be doing? That's when I say these people are evil. They are evil. If you cannot stop something that is a threat to the lives of others, why do you blame them for even trying to defend themselves? You don't have a right to blame them. That's what I'm telling this government. And this government of so-called impostor, Buhari is dead long time, this impostor that is in Asoro. It's true. It says here, the chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum, Governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi, has warned the Igbos to be wary of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, because of the outlawed group is trying to instigate another civil war. You see, now I will dissect this one too. We will dissect this one. When he talks of an outlawed, quote unquote, outlawed group, this is a group that has done nothing to anybody. This is a group that the military has come. We have it on video. The Amnesty International has a report. Killed innocent people who were exercising their rights. I keep telling people who keep saying, but they should avoid it so people will not be killed. I say, okay, but what is his right? His right. What happens with evil is that when you avoid one, you avoid the second one, and then you avoid the third one, then you avoid the fourth one, and you avoid the fifth. You keep avoiding until you avoid yourself. That is the problem with evil. So after what is all done and said, you cannot say, it's like Nigerian propagandists who say, oh, well, Ojukwu killed 2 million Biafrans. And say, yeah, Ojukwu carried gun and went and killed them. He killed them, but the Nigerians were the ones shooting them. Awolowo and Soko were the ones who hatched up the starvation as a weapon of a quick kill of Biafra. And Ojukwu was the one that hatched it, or what? What are you talking about? Evil people. And that's why they don't want the issue of Biafra to be out. They don't want to be disgraced publicly. I keep saying it. If these people know that internet will come in 1960, they wouldn't have done those things. They would have done that at least a little bit different. But the records are there. The world is watching it now. So we are going to continue. It will continue from generation to generation. We'll expose your evil now. You are responsible for your own actions. Period. If you don't want that evil to be attached to you, don't do it. That is simple common sense. If you have that common sense, don't do it, because once you do it, the evil is attached to you. So when he talks of an outlaw group, can you imagine that? You know, is outlawed by a terrorist government. And why do we say terrorist government? We say terrorism because Mietiala is actually in the global terrorist index, is actually the third or so. Fulani people. But this organization is what the president of Nigeria is a patron to. That makes the man a terrorist. It makes his government a terrorist government. He's the one releasing Boko Haram people. Boko Haram terrorists. He release them and go and shoot innocent people who are demonstrating and complaining that they're being killed. You see, you can see how terrible these people are. This is your so-called one Nigeria. For those of you who are saying we have to build Nigeria, have to be one, have to be unity. You all you want is unity without condemnation of injustice. You don't condemn injustice. You want unity in injustice. You want the unity of the oppressor and the oppressed. You want the unity of the exploiter and the exploited. You want the unity of the murderer and the murdered. That's the unity you want. You are evil. You see why I say you're evil? Even you will not say that what I'm saying doesn't make sense. You can't tell that yourself that now, can you? It's not possible. Because every human being has a conscience, something to deter right and wrong in you. It's just the one you choose to take. So what type of unity is that? Unity of God and devil. We don't believe in that though. That's the point you have to understand. And you should not yourself. You know, let me tell you up and in case you keep going on that. Like I said, it's that belief that what the world brought Nigeria to where it is today. And it will ruin it and end it. The question is, how many lives will it cost now? That's the question now. Supporting evil has consequences. Has consequences. Don't support it, and when the consequence comes, you start complaining. It has consequences. Or ignoring it when you are supposed to have spoken up. We've ignored it too long. I'm guilty with that myself. That's why I'm speaking up. Speaking up too late. And I've been speaking up before. It was just amongst friends. Now I have the opportunity of having mass media where you can speak up publicly to the world globally. So Mahi didn't tell us why Fulani is talking about outlawed group, but Fulani massacring everyone is not outlawed. You know, massacring everyone, killing innocent, unarmed Biafrans. The military is not outlawed, but they have the law behind them. Murderers that the law is behind, right behind. Murderers under the law. That's what we have in Nigeria. The military are murderers. The police are murderers. Why did the end-SARS protest begin in the first place? Is it not all the murders and disappearances of people and harassment and torture and all the rest of them? The rape, all kinds of evil that's going on. Unchecked. Who is responsible for that? Is it not the governor? Is it not what this governor, Umahi, is supposed to? I will give you a list, a rundown of what the people, what Fulani is doing in Ebonyi, Umahi's own state. Umahi cannot challenge the Fulani because he's giving his heart to the devil himself. That is why he can't challenge Fulani. He wants to be senator. He wants to be vice president. He wants to be president. And I tell my people, you people cost all this thing because you go and worship positions. If this thing has cost, you cannot expect people who don't think that way to be produced out of your society. Yes, when it's always, oh, he is this, he's that, he was this, he was that. You know, he was there and there. You know, all this kind of nonsense. What did he do? Respect a man because he's righteous, not because he has a position. There are a lot of wicked emperors and wicked, wicked presidents and devil incarnates. Hitler was heading a country as well. He caused the death of 40 million people. You saw what he did. So not he was here, he was there, he's this, he's that. Forget all those things. Respect the man out because of righteousness. When you do that, you have peace. But if you keep worshiping positions and power and political position, you keep worshiping money, material things. If he has money, that means he's right. Then you tell the other person, but you're not supposed to have done it that. Why? Because this guy is rich. Damn that wealth, I'm telling you, because what you are promoting here is evil. Very soon, it will reach you. And you find out that you're not going to be able to do much. You pay for it. Yeah, if what that rich man did was right, that's okay, he's right. You know, give it to him. If he's wrong, condemn what he's doing. He's condemned already. And condemn him right on his face. How did we get to the point in a village that there's meeting And comes a young man because he has money, and an old man is speaking, and then he tells him to sit down or be quiet. After all, how much money did he contribute? You all will join it. This is where that rubbish gets you to. It's going to make it worse for you. Instead of you to, if that young man just threw that, I mean, literally threw him out with his million, his billionaire, whatever, tell him to get out of here before you. And you should respect that old man. And respect everybody for that matter, just as he is respected. Respect is reciprocal. If you don't stand up on righteousness in your society, it will decay. It will decay. When it decays, your children, you might think you're skipping it, your children will face it. You don't know what will happen to them when you're long gone. So how can Umahi be saying this? You know, when he could not condemn Fulani, who was massacring people everywhere, you know, or Boko Haram, he cannot speak up against it. Yeah. Boko Haram is released. Did you hear Umahi complain? No, not at all. You know, and then he's telling you about, oh, they're trying to instigate civil war. Let me tell you, this conflict now is not between Igbos and, you know, so-called past enemies. Some of them have apologized already, you know, and repented of their evil. We have people from Middle Belt, even from people from South, the job groups and so on and so forth, you know, that they were wrong, you know, going to South Fulani, because that's what you do. You serve Fulani and British to be able to exploit you. That's what's going on, you know. Then they use Igbo hatred to trigger it because they know you're evil now. So if they stir up your jealousy, you quickly jump up and then say, yeah, wow, it's Igbo people that are causing the problem. And the reason why you're talking to Igbo like this, because Igbo don't kill people now. I'm telling you, if they do kill people, you will not talk. I'm telling you, people are cowards. Beyond it, you will not. You are not talking against Fulani because they are killing people. That's why. That's why you can't talk against them. You are bloody cowards. Evil, and then Sunday you go to church. That's the one that gets me. When Sunday you go to, who are you talking to? That your prayer cannot cross the roof because you support evil and you want God to answer you. How is He going to answer you? Stop deceiving yourselves. So this is going to be between, the war now is going to be between the people whom the politicians and Fulani people control and undermine, you know, and oppress. That's what is going to be between them and the politicians who work out all these oppressive methods of doing things. Now we go further. It says, let me read further this information. It says, he said that is Umahi said, and we're in River State to ascertain the veracity of the news circulating in the social media over alleged killing of Igbo people living in the state. According to him, their findings has proved otherwise. Can you imagine? How does he went to visit Mike and his findings has proved otherwise? If you want to know, to find what happened, shouldn't you have gone to Obibo? Shouldn't Umahi and his cohorts in political roguery, you know, and deception, should have gone to Obibo to find out? I've never heard that they went to Obibo. If they went, somebody please correct me on that. But I know how they went to, this one never went to Obibo. To ascertain and ask the families and people who was missing, what happened. No, they went to Wike, who gave the order for these people to massacre. He said, oh, I didn't give orders. But it started when you start speaking up against IPOB. That's what you want us to just, you know. You cannot extricate yourself from this crime against humanity. Send Fulani soldiers who are killing Igbo without doing anything. Now they have reason to do so. That's why they went there and began to massacre everybody, including women and children. Yeah, those women and children also burnt the police station. Evil people. Evil people. You stay in power and you lose your head completely because you are devilish in yourself. That, you know, I see tell people it's disappointing that these men, you get shocked by power. You know, that I'm governor of here, this, that. Your psychopaths will gather around you and you begin to dish out orders and break laws, and both natural and spiritual and every other one that is available. You refuse, you just so objectionable to criticism. If you want to have your health correct, have critics around you. A good leader, what he does, he has critics. Because critics will make you examine what you're doing. I don't need somebody to come there to start praising me and make me feel like I've done. No, yeah, criticize me, because by criticizing me, I can be able to do better. That's how you get people, people who are. But people like Umahi, if you criticize him, there's once he was threatening to arrest journalists. Can you imagine this man? I don't want to talk to you like a child, but Umahi, you are disappointing. So terribly disappointing as a human being, because you are not as old as you are. As old as you are, David Umahi, or whatever that name is. As old as you are. We are talking about being governor. What about your age? Your age, income. Umahi, when they mean for you, our people are dying. Because you're governor. Can you look that governor by when you are killing our people? Bringing Fulani there. Because you want to be senator, you want to be president, you want to be this, that. That's why I tell you people, no more worshipping of these useless positions. Stop that nonsense. It's called idolatry. Shame on all of you. I have the right to say what I'm saying. After all, you are the one that is working with these people to kill our people. So Fulani people, modern Igbo people in Ebonyi are not instigating civil war. But Biafrans complaining about it are instigating civil war. Huh? Fulani people will kill you. No, you look the other way. Quickly look the other way. And then it says again, Umahi, after listening to Governor Wike's narration of the atrocious activities of IPOB, look at what they're talking about. It's only you saw IPOB and saw atrocity, yeah? You didn't see atrocity of policemen all this while. And by the way, they are not saying that the man who did this is IPOB. Now you have a problem with somebody mounting a flag. You're claiming that somebody mounted a flag somewhere. So that's because somebody mounted the flag. That's why you send the army and police to go and slaughter the community, the whole community. Because somebody mounted a flag. A flag is stopping you from going where you're supposed to go, Mike. Or what? You people are disgraceful. You are the scum of the earth. These governors. You are including Ohaneze. You are the scum of the earth. We will put you down in history as what you are. Your own grandchildren read about you. And this evil you're perpetrating in our land. If you go full position in Marozife, if they mana completely, if you go full position, anything, you lost your head. Flag. Somebody put flag here. So that's why you should go and slaughter everybody there. Because somebody put a flag there. Aren't you demented? Aren't you demonically possessed? This is what Nigeria has brought out for us. So-called Nigeria. He says here, one Igbos to be wary of IPOB as group was spent on instigating another civil war that will result in the murder of Igbo people. Can you imagine that? Because Igbo people are always murdered. The previous civil war, who caused that civil war? Was Igbo wrong in that civil war? Murdering innocent people is what you're promoting. You're promoting the murder of innocent people as being right. That's what you people are doing. That killing Igbo people in 1966, oh yeah, you don't want them to do it again. So because Igbo was killed in 1966, they should just fold their hands and let the military slaughter them, let everybody kill them, extort them, disappear them, extrajudicially, do all kinds of evil against them. The government should strangulate everybody to death economically because Igbo people were killed in 1966. That's what you all are promoting. And you know what I'm saying is right. It's not going to change. The governor said he finds it nauseating that IPOB could go to Benue River State to foist his flag and claim the territories belong to the Igbo people. Are you crazy? If the communities that are there did not object to that flag, what is your problem objecting to that flag? The communities, to remove a flag is easy, am I right? Yeah. If you come to my community and you put a flag, I can just remove it. You tell me you're going to be coming there to install a flag, you'll get tired now. The community didn't remove the flag. It is you, Mwike, that has a problem, and Omahi that has a problem with a flag in Benue State somewhere in one community. And so these people are, and we are talking about the myriad problems that our people have. Your problem is flag somewhere. It's unbelievable. I mean, I'm reading this thing and I'm wondering, is this actually, are they really saying this? And you went to River State and avoided Obibo, where that is the massacre happened. Is the appropriate thing not for you to go there and investigate what is happening? And also hear from the horse's mouth. Hear from the people who were involved. No, you didn't go there. According to Igbo leadership, are opposed to this stance of IPO. You are not Igbo leaders. Forget it. You are dreamers. You cannot lead Igbo people. I'm telling you. You were made governor and whatever by your godfathers in politics. So you are not Igbo people, leaders. Nobody's going to count you as an Igbo leader. You think you can lead Igbo by simply doing this type of thing? No, you have to earn it. In Igbo land, you earn your leadership. You earn it by being truthful. Liars do not lead Igbo people. Igbo people don't need you as a leader. You are rejected people, honestly. I'm sorry to say that, but that is true. You are rejected. So you can't force your leadership on top of everybody. Who are you to do that? We Igbo leaders. What makes you an Igbo leader? People foisted on the people by godfathers, political godfathers, become leaders. You finish that thing, and when you come down from that position, that's when you know who you'll be disgraced publicly. I'm telling you, all of you. Public disgrace when you meet Igbo people. You'll be for the rest of your lives. Don't come to public places, so when you come, go and hide. That's what you do. Omahi, who revealed that he has a huge investment in River State. Yeah, that's what you came to protect. Investment. Not the lives of people who are killed. Investment. He has huge investment. Let's go and protect. That's why he was there talking. They'll protect the investment. That's all they know. Not to stand for justice. All Igbos living in the state to respect the government of people of River State in order for them to continue to live and do business in the state peacefully. See? How do you do business peacefully in a place where you're constantly harassed, where you are marginalized, your life is at risk? After this, at the point in this broadcast, we'll have to broadcast about Nigerian police actually. They're from the mouth of the police themselves. Yes. So according to him, Igbo cannot support any form of criminality. Yes, yeah, except it comes from you and the government. You people are disgracing us so much. We don't want to have anything to do with you all. Yes, because because you are governor and you have links to the army and police who carry guns, carry weapons. So that makes you right. That makes the police right because he has uniform. That makes the army right because they can kill citizens anyhow. Why else are you bragging? Because not because you're governor. That shows how little your brain is. It shows how immature most of you are. Rather than speak to the issue, you are bragging and being motivated by your highfalutin idiosyncrasies. That's what's going on here. Also speaking, the President General of Finance and Igbo Chief John Nyamodo said the meeting has reinforced the existing affinity between Igbos and the people of Niger Delta. You see, they will use names that don't mean Rivers, Niger Delta. You see, just mix them up so nobody knows who you're talking about. You see that? Yeah. Rivers and Niger Delta are names of no indigenous people there. Rather, they are a symbol of the colonial and Fulani plot to divide, exploit, and destroy the Igbo and their neighbors. That is what that symbol is. Rivers, Niger. Look at the name they gave it. They say, let's carve out some Igbo people from the edge. Oh, yes, call them rivers. Because they don't know what else to call it that's indigenous. So they call it. Then the other one, carve them out. They say, what do you call it? Cross river. They are just crossing the river here. This one is the river. This one is you cross the river. No indigenous name. saying that because if you get the people who survive, who are indigenous to the place to bring a name, they cannot bring the name Rivers now to name the place or Cross River. That's what we're telling our people. Stop being deceived. They call you Rivers, you answer, you take it and wrong. They call you even Anambra Imo. Who said that those got, they want to create, you see more people say, oh, Anambra people is this, oh, but this one is that. They give you a name and you lose your head with it. You forget the identity and who you are. The same people of the same bloodline with you. The same bloodline. Somebody is dividing you and your own bloodline. You just say, yes, they called me this. And so I'm Chuku, I'm Kenechukwu. He's Chioma. So Kenechukwu is different from Chioma. I don't want to have it. Chioma is from another state. And are you crazy? Are you crazy? How did your enemies, were they able to do this to you? River State is Igbo land. All of you in River State, if you keep quiet, that's why I said, don't keep quiet over this. Because you enable weak and history will judge you what you did. I'm coming to Ikwere people because I have to address you as well on this issue. And hopefully you give us a response. And a man who loves justice, you see, I said, he explained that the leadership of Igbos cannot remain aloof while some misguided few who did not experience the brutal reality of the last civil war continue to fan the embers of this. You see that this is the brutal reality of the last civil war, who did not experience it. Okay, what I'm saying, and so because we didn't experience the brutal reality of it, that's why the Fulani should now oppress them, kill them. Is it why the police should be extorting money? What justifies the oppression of the Nigerian government hijacked by the Fulani on the rest of the people? Because they didn't experience the last civil war. You set your own lying narrative to cover up your evil. But God is watching all of you. This nonsense has to stop. It will stop, I'm telling you. God will disgrace all of you. As old as you are, you cannot respect yourself. You want Fulani to respect you when he's watching you and watching what you're doing, how you're going against your people, and you think they will respect you. Oh no, you are worse than feces to them. I'm telling you, you are worse than feces. You are like Afonja in Yoruba land, who betrayed his own people. Of course, when after betraying, they killed him, killed the useless man. That is how Fulani looks at all of you. Modo, Umahi, Ebonyi State, what is his name? Ugwani. Not to talk about Uzodinjo of Imo State. Uzodinjo. It's a man who came forth and is now the governor of his state. Can you imagine? It's only in Nigeria. Supreme Court, headed by a Sharia law in a secular state, imposed him there. Fulani is doing all these things to all of you. And you're quiet because they use position and say, come and be governor, come and be come and be senator. Because you worship that thing, they use you against your people. When the chips are down, you know what they do to you now. They've handled others before. You people decide to worship position and money, and then you think you can get out of, you can escape the devil that way. You play that game with the devil and see where it leads you. And my people too, you are the ones who come and say, oh, he's governor. You know he was governor. He's this, he's that. If he's governor, what did he do? I don't want to respect him because he's governor. Let me respect him for what he did as governor. And don't go and start forging things. Oh, he did one or two things. No, he has to show that he's an upright man, not a drunkard or a liar or, somebody who steals and oppresses people. No. Then he loses my respect automatically. Throw that rubbish into the dustbin where it belongs. He says they find the embers of disunity. So, who wants to be united with those who exploit, oppress, and kill them? Who wants to? He's saying they're finding. This is what they're saying, that they're finding the embers of disunity. Who wants to be united with those who exploit, oppress, and kill them? Only Modo. And those that think like him does. Only them think that you should be united with people who oppress, exploit you, and kill you. So as soon as you try to resist, oh, you're fanning the embers of disunity. You are fanning the embers of disunity. Evil men, whom evil dwells inside. They put on clothing, tell you that they are former minister of this and all this rubbish that they answer, but they will stand up for evil anywhere they see them. That's why I say disregard them. They deserve not an iota of respect. They deserve disdain, utmost disdain. I disdain all of them, these governors and all the Mohanese president and all of them. Disdainful behavior. Shame unto you. And those of you who are the relatives, talk to them, your sons and your you better talk to your fathers. Talk to your fathers. Don't just stand there and be, acting like you don't know what is going on. Talk to them. Talk some sense into them. Because they don't have sense. You yourself can see what is going on. Because they will affect you. What they're doing now. Keep quiet on them and they continue to mess around. If you don't want to lead the people when you take up a public position, please don't. Because once you take up that public position, it concerns everybody. Nobody put a gun to your head to come and be governor. Nobody put a gun to your head to be Johannes the president. But once you come up and say, okay, are you going to represent them? Please represent them. Don't represent Fulani for them. Represent their enemies. Represent them. That's all they're asking for. If you don't want to do the job, go and find something else and do. And this world is pretty open. It's not a crime. Other people are doing other things after all. And I think this governor has entered your head because you're living under a dictatorship and an authoritarian environment. You decided to visit Mwike, but you refused to visit the victims of the Obibo massacre. When you tell us about brutality and the reality, they didn't witness the reality of the Civil War. What about the reality they're witnessing today? After the Civil War, didn't the killing of Igbo people continue? At least from 10 years after that, from 1980s. Riots in the north here and there, killings everywhere and then. Under Obasanjo, I remember Human Rights Watch said that more than 15,000 people were killed. Not one person was arrested or prosecuted. And Boko Haram killing, and Fulani people killing today. Is it not war that when ICC in 2013 said that Nigeria is a state of war? That Nigeria qualifies as a country under a civil war based on the what is going on with Boko Haram. Now it's added Fulani. You can imagine 2013, that was under Jonathan. Now it's 10 times worse. And the government refuses to say that Nigeria is under having a civil war. So why are you using war as a threat to threaten somebody who's oppressed to accept that oppression? Saying like, look, if you don't acquiesce to this oppression, you will die. Can you imagine that? Promoting evil. Shame on you all. So this is Mwike for you. Mazi Chuksi Keriwe. I would like you to comment on this issue because it is crazy. Very, very crazy.
Okay, Mazode, thank you once more. I will start by reminding our people how this thing started, taking us memory lane. During the NSAS protest, it started very peacefully, but along the line, the government-sponsored thugs and cultists, hoodlums, they hijacked the killings. They hijacked the protests, and what do we have? It became a chaotic situation. Killing started, burning of police station started. It not happened only in one place. It was in Lagos. It happened in Benin. It happened in Anambra. It happened in Edo. It happened in Enugu. So many states, and then River State. But what do we have? Rather than we keep trying to solve these situations or do what other states governments were doing by setting up a panel to unveil what happened, he blamed it on IPOB. Because it was the easiest thing for him to have done. He needed somebody to blame, and he blamed. And immediately he released press release. He was bargaining, he was making noise, he was shouting, he would deal with them. He had placed 50 million naira bet on one of them. And he called the army. He went into killing immediately, into overdrive. He released the army on the populace, the civilian populace in Obibo, where most of the burning of police station and killing happened. And what do army usually do when they come? They sweep on everybody. They don't care who is who. They don't separate the actual people who is accused from other people. Killings everywhere. In spite of the killing, there was 24 hours curfew, which lasted almost a week. In other words, even if when you are shot, you can't go to police, you can't go to hospital to take treatment. People couldn't go out to find food to eat. While this one was coming, he was shouting. Wike was all over the world, making noise. He would deal with them. They are terrorists. They are this, they are that. They are hanging flag. What have you? Blah, blah, blah. We were calling his attention to the writing that he was committing genocide. He never saw it as that. Until the killings took a proportion that that became not just a genocide, but also a program combined. And what do we have? Today now is trying to exonerate himself from the dissing that he invited. Because he knows that the people that have died are so much. People that have lost their life are just too much. He's trying to exonerate himself, but unfortunately he can't. Because the evidences are there. The evidences that he invited the army are there. The army wouldn't just come if nobody invited them. And what would the army come? The army would tell you, we came, our own is, we are trained to kill. And so when you invite them to, what were you expecting? You expecting them to come and kill. So
yeah, and if I may add, Chooks, you can imagine Fulani that's killing the Igbo when he has done nothing. Then you give them license to go and kill the Igbo. The Islamic army.
The funniest thing is that Rivers State has, the funniest thing is that Rivers State has suffered this menace of herdsmen and cultists for a very long time. What is his name? Wike has never for one day released or invited the army to come and fish out those herdsmen. He has never done it. But because of this, he's not just like you said, invited and when they are sending this army, they are sending the hardcore northerners, the hardcore Islamic Fulani soldiers. And what they come, they already have an inbuilt anger against the Igbo person. They already know they have this ethnic profiling in them. All they do is to crush the Igbo man. He has always been what has been sold to them. Kill the infidel. They see us as infidel, and they've never hidden it for one day. This Wike supported them, gave them everything they needed. He never even allowed any human rights organization to come there to survive what was happening. He just gave them total authority to kill, to meme, to harass. And the worst are why they are killing, they are taking away the corpses, just like you said, to hide the evidences. People are missing. People have not been seen. Children youth were picked up and they've not returned to today. And then when he sees that everything is blowing on his face, he turns 360 degrees to start preaching. He's not killing the Igbos. The Igbos are peace loving. This and that and that and that and that and that and this. This is what's happening.
It's terrible. It's really terrible. Yeah.
And the worst is that he's able to now get the so-called Igbo leaders to come there and give him pass mark that nothing happened. And guess what? These people said they were going on fact-finding mission, and then they ended up in the government house.
It's terrible. It's terrible. Yeah, fact-finding mission, and they never went to Obigbo.
And they never went to Obigbo. And then they're saying that whatever they saw whatever they saw in social media was lies, all lies. How would you know if it's all lies if you don't go down to the local government where those things were committed? Exactly. And these are the people that somebody will expect me to call leaders. This is crazy.
Unbelievable. Just simply unbelievable. That is how much we have degraded as a people.
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. It's demoralizing.
You love money.
It kills morale. Yeah, it kills morale.
They will die in their sins. They will die in their sins. How can you, do this type of thing? Hand over your people to their enemies. To slaughter and oppress.
Did you discover something? Why these things were happening? You would have expected was all these people to put a cut on Wike to stop the killing. No, they never did it. They were quiet. They waited till Wike did all the atrocities he has committed, and the next thing they did was to go out there and give him a vote of confidence that he couldn't have killed anybody. And they think we are mad, or they think we didn't have records of people that died.
You know, that is why I have said they should keep the record. I don't know why our people are not keeping records of these things. Even from Masop a time, I remember when Masop under Obasanjo were slaughtered. Even the British Commissioner Grozny, I still remember his name, something like that, yes, said that they should stop that killing. That is what causes civil war. The under Obasanjo, the massacre. So why are people not keeping these records? I don't know.
And that's why I'm just thanking God for a society like a group like the Inter Society, because they've really done a hey-man job keeping these records, having them intact. We must understand something, that if records are not kept, you can't use them. You can't even try somebody without this record. So that record is very, very important, and we ought to. The only problem most people might not be able to keep is that it's not everybody that is trained in the art of record keeping. So it's not because on every group to make sure that they have a department that is all about keeping records, so that in future we can use them to bring anybody that participates in the killing of our people to book. That's why I'm appealing to every group. Have a department that's solely exclusively created for record keeping, so that they can keep record of this murders.
And invest in it, yes. If I may,
exactly.
Before I lose my train of thought on this, you know, what you're saying is very important, because I was thinking about this whole thing. I said, if somebody should have a camera, place it somewhere and place it to face the village, different areas. People should begin to do this thing. Place cameras, buy camera, invest in that. You have even the one of your phone, but it's just not enough. Use a camera, set it up before they come, so that they won't know where the camera is set up to be, different corners, so that they catch their distance right on the
we must also accept the fact that some people actually had videos, as in the ones that are in social media. Some people actually were able to record 1 or 2 scenes, or so many scenes. But the same scenes that were recorded that these Igbo leaders are denying, they are calling them social media lies. So even if you have placed the best, they will still deny it with this kind of mentality that they're having. So even the small one we have, we can still use it against them, but we just need to keep those records. That's very, very important. Yeah.
Thank you so much, because that is one thing that I believe our people need to do. Those records, keep more. I know there are sophisticated video cameras. If people who have contribute money, don't depend on anybody who have, because you're waiting for people who they worship that money they have. So forget them. Just contribute that as poor. Yeah, contribute money for yourself. Buy cameras, fix them in strategic places. I know that you have records of that. Those records will go down with the International Criminal Court and international human rights organizations as well. They have those that they killed even in Aba and some other places. The records are there too, so they can't deny it anyway. Like I said, this case, I remember that about 18 names are indicted in the trial petition served in the International Criminal Court in Hague, from President Buhari to Buratai and other military and police commanders and officers of security agencies that killed young Biafrans exercising their rights. Yes, some Ezemon Wike has joined this ignominious list, but it is also important to ensure that Umahi and other governors who were accomplices in this Fulani-led and Islamist-driven jihadist genocide are equally charged for these egregious violations. They must be. Yes, keep hating evil men like you. Think that you can hate your people and get an accolade for that? You are a joker. You are a joker. You want to, because you're governor, you can control the army and so on and so forth. That's why you can do everything you want. This is how these people think, like animals. Like animals. And you want our respect? You have disdain, complete disdain from Igbo people based on what you're doing. All of you that are there, you are a disgrace to, and I've said it, to your children and your wives, because when this thing starts, you all then will going to be the ones who will be mourning. Advise your fathers, your relatives, your brothers and your relatives. Advise them now, no. Tell them, you people know what is going on. Go and talk to them. Those of you that they can listen to. Go and talk to them because these men are mad. They are seriously mad people. What is wrong with them? Killing innocent people for what? Coming to a village and you must say somebody put up a flag. What an excuse. You don't have nothing better to do than to be one with somebody who put up a flag somewhere. In America, they have flags of Confederate flags everywhere. What? They should just come carry gun and start killing people because they have Confederate flag? That's freedom of speech. Even if you burn the flag, it's freedom of speech. And that is what that freedom of, that's what Nigeria wants to clamp down. Once they clamp down on it and it's gone, then that's it. The whole is night everywhere, it's darkness everywhere. And then people are fighting and resisting and making sure that it doesn't. That's why they're clamping down on SARS protesters and those who support. Can you imagine that? For exercising their freedom of speech, you go and freeze their account? If this is 2020. That's why Nigeria needs to be dissolved. And then until some people get it, it's going to be, the more you procrastinate this thing of understanding Nigeria cannot work, the worse what will happen will be. I'm telling you. Or some few people step up. Everybody, middle belters, people in the West, you step up. Stop playing games. Stop playing games. Face what is facing you. Because after playing those games, you still face what the reality. It is not the ending SARS that is the problem of Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria is Nigeria. Nigeria is a problem itself, just the way it was created. How can you tell people that this country is indivisible and indissoluble? Who gave you the right to talk that way? Who are you talking to? These people are ignominiously, stupidly bold. And they make those statements all the time, particularly people in the North. You know, I say, well, we're going to do what we want. There's nothing you can do about it. That's what they're telling all of us. And we know. And some of you go and accept that message. It's not that you didn't hear it, you heard it. But why do you accept it? Why? Why do you accept it? You have a right to reject that message and say, this one, I'm not going to accept it. That's it. Yeah, you know that you're coming to life when you do that. So let's talk about the identity crisis. Okay, let me just read certain things about this is an article by Obin Wakamwa. He wrote about, I'm also going to read some excerpts that are very important and relevant to the crisis in Rivers State. And he says here, Islamic militants who are intent on restoring the Ottoman Empire, the ISIS and its affiliate Al-Qaeda in West Africa. This is the people who are attacking us. You know, he says all known actors in the world are operating there. Americans, the French, the Chinese, Russians, and he's talking about northern Nigeria and the Sahara area, Sahel area, and the north as well, in strategic position in the world, which the Arabs came and took over the place. And the current mutation, those Islamic militants who are intent on restoring the Ottoman Empire, the ISIS and the Al-Qaeda. So you see, that's what they're fighting for. And they want to restore it in West Africa as well. These groups are linked by one goal, the restoration of Ottoman Empire to drive a global Islamic renaissance. Nigerians must certainly know that Uthman Dan Fodio, the first caliph of Sokoto, was a general of the Ottoman Empire. As a result, the Caliphate of Sokoto remains a key frontier in the grand design and an active operational anchor of this world campaign. Al-Qaeda in the desert, in other words, is active in Sahara, and because you have many of their fighters alleged to be surreptitiously inserted in the Nigerian National Defense Forces, a segment of the Nigerian army can be said to be an active but unofficial partner of this Islamic movement. This is simply why the fight against Boko Haram is half-hearted. Okay? Most intelligence services of the world know this and are keeping an active eye on the Nigerian military services. But the fact is also simple. The Nigerian armed forces are increasingly divided. Yes, it will divide when you send people and give, there are Boko Haram in the army itself. What type of army is that? Until I'm standing, I don't know who's standing next to me. You shoot me from the back. Terrible. And Obimakama says, but today the Nigerian armed forces are as complex and as the fragments of the nation it was legally created to defend. True, the national armed forces have been used to suppress Nigerians and sometimes carry out with excessive force the containment of flashpoints of protests like the Odi and Zaki Biam massacre killings authorized by President Obasanjo and the Bodo killings of Ogoni land under the Abacha regime. In fact, before all this were the October 1990 killings of over 80 people in Umuechem by the mobile police. I remember that. That's under Babangida. You see, 80 people under Umuechem, by the mobile police, the paramilitary arm of Nigerian police. So, and why? Because of oil in Umuechem. This is in Rivers State. Umuechem is Igbo people. It's our people. There is history of brutality in which Nigerian military and the Nigerian police have been put to use in the active violation of the human rights of Nigerians, which sometimes results in killings that have never been accounted for. See? It involves in killings that have never been accounted for. Omahi was not there to talk. Modo was not there to Mwike, would not, all of them. They will kill Igbo people, nothing. As soon as some people fight back, what? Go and get the army. I want peace here. There has to be peace. Peace is only when the people rise up and start killing those who kill them. Peace is not when Fulani is killing people everywhere. There's peace when Fulani is killing people. There's only no peace if you kill Fulani. Then there's no peace. Or you fight back against the police that is killing people. These are government institutions given to you, the governors and this to manage, and those who are in the federal government. And you could not demand proper management of those institutions. What is your duty? What is your responsibility there as a governor? You people should stop disgracing yourself publicly, because this disgrace is too much. If you have shame at all. Because if everywhere was peaceful, why would anybody demonstrate? If these people who call themselves APC said they were able to, after giving their manifesto means this is what I'm going to do. And then you came up and begin to do the opposite, the economy, then quit. You're not able to do it. It's as simple as that. If the people are demonstrating and complaining, it is their right. Then you go and send military to go and kill them in Lekki. And then upon that, you start hounding them. So we can see we're under a dictatorship again. Islamic jihadist dictatorship. People who refuse progress. Devil incarnates who are demonized. There is something demonic about that religion. I'm telling you. When you don't do the right thing, watch them wherever they are. You don't want somebody to question what you believe. What do you mean you don't want to? How is he going to know what he's doing? You can't question it. But you want to question the other ones. You want to question everything yourself. But then they'll question you. Oh, you can't question Muhammad. Who are you? You are a dreamer. You people are not, next they start killing people everywhere. That is a sign of weakness. You are showing sign of weakness that what you're doing is wrong. That's why you jump up when Muhammad is criticized and begin to kill people everywhere. You are showing the world, I am wrong. That's what you're saying. Shows there's something wrong with your belief. How many times have you had Christians jump up and start killing people because Christ was criticized? How many times have you seen Buddhists jump up and say because Bhagavad Gita was criticized? How many times? Not only Islam, you see. Oh, your criticism is just starting anyways. You haven't seen anything yet. And then he says here, there is a history of brutality of which Nigerian military and the Nigerian police have been put to use in the active violation of the human rights of Nigerians, which sometimes result in killings that have never been accounted for. The killings are egregious because, for one thing, the Nigerian armed forces were not established to kill Nigerians. They were established to defend the territorial integrity of Nigeria. If the armed forces are not established to kill Nigeria, why are they killing Nigerians? And they kill the people, and then Wike is nowhere to talk. Nobody said, well, as soon as they shoot, people have the right of self-defense for crying out loud. Don't allow these people, or prosecute the people who kill innocent people. Prosecute the people who stand on the way and take bribes and extort money from people, intimidate them because they're carrying guns, and then extort money from them. Can you prosecute them? Can you do that? These governors, can Umahi stand up and speak against that? Can Modo speak up? Modo has spoken against us. So I'll give to Modo. What is his name? The rest of them there, both Uzo Danger and the other one. Ugwan. And Okezie is another man. I just wonder what is wrong with, it's terrible, the type of people we have. Okezie, you are looking at this man, you're wondering, what is wrong with our people? What is wrong with this man? How did this man get here? We have the dregs of our society has been thrown up to take charge. Yeah, I know you're angry because I'm calling you dreg, but what are you doing? Look at Abba. I will challenge you with Abba now. Look at Abba. Abba is like, and he's Ngwa. Ngwa is Abba. All you know is public money come, you share it with your friends in name of contract and all the rest of them. And you go and build house and send your children to school and abroad. That is what else is this all about? Tell me what else it's all about. Ignominious people. Your name will be tied to that your children. Anytime they say this is Okeje's son, this is Okeje's grandfather. His grandfather was a mess when he was governor. It will be happening now. You'll be gone by then. But that's not to happen. You cannot, because the records are there. The records is one thing you cannot wipe out. You think Okpara is respected for nothing. Okpara, Okpara, Michael Ihonukara Okpara. Oh my goodness. Wonderful man. Wonderful man. A man we remember with so much pride. A man we honor his name. A man we thank God so profusely for. Or you think about Odumegwu Ojukwu, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu, the man who stood for his people. Oh no. Time will come, we'll have museum now. We'll have gallery. You see the pictures. If your name is there, okay, if your picture, they will write what you did under it. So there's a bit in the face of this man. If ever is there, otherwise throw it away. This is the man who was. These are basically inept and unable rulers. They are rather rulers, not leaders. You know, your name, the ignominy that's associated with name be added there. Incompetent leadership, which they showed, manifested so significantly. So it says here, again, Igbo men and women are being killed in Obibo by the army. There are reports of rape of women and house-to-house searches that target young Igbo men under the guise of searching for IPOB members. Innocent young men and women have been swept up in this operation. Brutal extrajudicial executions have taken place under Nyesom Wike, the man with identity crisis. And you, the Ikwere people, there are some of them speaking up already, saying we are Igbo or not. Speak up more now. Disgrace him publicly. If he says he's not Igbo, you should go and find who his father is. But we don't need Wike to be Igbo. Igbo is too good to have people who think like Wike to be associated with Igbo. What do you think Igbo needs you for? You cannot have identity crisis and you're answering Igbo names? Give us back our name. We can stop answering our name. Don't confuse us. Go and answer, take your Fulani father's name if that is what you want. Disgracing yourself everywhere. Wike is not denying that there has been widespread killings in Obibo. He's saying two things. One, that he did not order the military killings, even if he justifies it. You see? Two, that the killings are connected to IPOB activities or actions against security services. The essential part of this is that the NSAS protest nationwide saw young Nigerians angrily targeting police stations, which is they target those police stations because that is the police station that has been oppressing them. It's a symbol of oppression to them, not a symbol of protection and security. It's a symbol of extortion to them, symbol of extrajudicial killings, it's a symbol of torture. That's why they're attacking it. Instead of addressing what these people are, the police is being used to do and oppress people. No. They want to label both the hoodlums and the hoodlums. Everybody's hoodlum. Hoodlum that you created by your bad governance. You are evil people. He said on other public facilities, no one accused a particular group of the destruction of public property. You see, all over the country. It's only Wike. The military just went ahead and shot at protesters in Lekki, Kabisa. it is different in Rivers State. Very interestingly, Governor Wike has ascribed the consequence of NSAS protests to the IPOB. This is toxic and unacceptable. It is toxic because it provides a wicked excuse for targeting a specific group. This kind of generic targeting of specific groups led to the genocide of the Tutsis in Rwanda. This is what Nyesom Wike is doing, setting up the evil for selective annihilation in Obibo. This has consequences. Every young Igbo man or woman now in IPOB is fair game. Many have been killed and tortured in an ongoing brutal operation by the Nigerian army. See that? Ongoing, killed and tortured. What did they do wrong? Somebody comes and tells you about it. What? Tell me, how is that an offense? And you people join together to proscribe it and join your enemies to proscribe it, but you don't proscribe Fulani terrorists who are killing people everywhere. Even Boko Haram is not even, yeah. You see that? Boko Haram is being released when they catch them. There are footages of blood-calling scenes of distinct military brutality, which even the Nigerian press is a little too squeamish to publish. See that? Yeah. They're hiding those evidences will come out. And the truth is that the Nigerian military has been killing particularly young Igbo residents of Obibo and doing house-to-house mop-ups in what is clearly now only a low-intensity war weeks after the NSAS protests. Now, no one can or must excuse anyone who targets police officers, destroys police barracks, burns down courts, and kills military personnel. That's it. You want people to just stand and be killed, use the police and army military to kill them, and they don't do nothing. They just, because you're weak, because you're Nigerian government. Nigerian government that's supposed to protect people are killing them. They demonstrate, you chase them, you oppress them, you do all kinds of terrible things against them. Evil people. If indeed Wike's allegation against IPOB militants is true, it is a egregious act and it is called a crime. The perpetrators ought to face an account to the law properly. But the Constitution provides for ways of dealing with that in a civilized society. And there's a way to do that if you claim that they did something wrong. There's a procedure, due process to follow. Wike, who is a lawyer, pretends not to know that because you are eager to kill people because they say they are Biafrans. I haven't seen anything yet. It requires skilled police work, which must use the Criminal Investigation Directorate of the Police Services to do slow, painstaking work, gather serious evidence, arrest perpetrators, and charge them to court individually. Wike is a lawyer and ought to know this. It is a crime to destroy public property and murder police officers, but in the same way, it is a crime to criminalize an entire population and subject them to extrajudicial murder. In the same way that the CID must investigate the alleged IPOB killers of police officers. It is equally obligated to investigate and arrest soldiers who order and are involved in the extrajudicial killing of innocent Igbo in Obibo. It is not the work of soldiers to levy war against Nigerian citizens. So it's also their duty to understand that policemen who have been killing and extorting people on the way must be prosecuted. Stop not paying police people properly, and you want them to depend on people who are moving about their businesses to be extorting money from them. You don't know whether they even have money to eat to carry them over to the next day. You know, this type of extortion is impoverishing the society, making them poor every day and night. You're adding to the pool of the poverty-stricken policemen, and this is all value systems of the Fulani people who have hijacked the Nigerian government that we're witnessing today. So these soldiers who have killed these unarmed Igbo in Obibo must be brought to book. It is important for the Igbo to keep a diary of these killings. Record the faces of the killers and torturers, the numbers of the personnel carriers, the dates and the names of the victims, dead or missing, and the value of property destroyed. Basically, gather the evidence, keep the records, so that those involved in those heinous acts against unarmed civilians, just because they are Igbo, shall answer to a court either in Nigeria or at the International Criminal Court someday. Now, to talk about the identity crisis of my people in Rivers State. Some of them, not all of them. I mean, people like Mike has identity crisis. Equality people tell him to go and look for his father and look for the name that he has because he's bearing an Igbo name. Tell Wike to drop our name for us, please. Onye some Ezenwa Wike. Yes. So you can't tell us that this is Igbo versus River State. It's a tautology. It's a tautology, Wike. To say this is Igbo versus River State, tautology. Total devised by Fulani as a scheme to divide the Igbo and their relatives. How is Obi Igbo, Egbema, Ikwere, Ndoki, and River State not Igbo? How are they not Igbo? Shameless people. Fulani, who came from Futajalon in recent 19th century, are now the ones dissecting Igbo lands into rivers and Igbo. Can you imagine? This is what Fulani, and Mika is doing the job for them, and Ohaneze and the Eastern governors. Hausa Fulani is normal nomenclature, by the way. If you can say Hausa Fulani, they came 200 years ago. That's when they came up. But you can say Hausa Fulani, normal nomenclature. But Igbo cannot be one. Cannot Igbo in their own lands, in their own ancestral lands, and where the ancient ancestors were, must be divided. There must be either rivers or residents from upland. You see that? So this type of division, and let me add more. That's why I said rivers is the name of no people. It's the name of those people. River is the name of Oba and Ndoni and Ndoki and the Ikwere and Egbema Obibo. Are they the name rivers? Rivers is not an indigenous name. It's a name given there by colonial masters. And the Fulani colonial masters that some of them have now today gave them the name rivers and cross river. So, but some people buy it, they take it and run with it, Yeah, they're deceived about it. So there's an identity crisis here, It was created to blur the cultural and ancestral connections with their Igbo relatives. That's the idea. So do not accept it. The way to make something not work simply for you not to accept it. That's all. Mike is complaining, he said this Oyibo. Rewrite the name to Obibo. You print the name Obibo. Simple. You put it in the what do you call it? Signboard. And please, our people will ask you to please contribute. Different groups. You have to contribute to help our people in Obibo. However you can make your contributions. To make it so that from very reliable links and sources, so we can help our brethren who are in Obibo have suffered this. We have to make contributions. You see, what is his name? Omahi and his group were busy calling for the River State government to go and give financial support to policemen who have lost their relatives and so on, their families and so on. Yeah. But they don't call for support for the people they have killed before that caused this killing in the first place. Or they haven't called for support to the people in Obibo who were slaughtered. No, it is only for policemen. They worship the power. They worship that uniform. These people are idolaters, satanic idolaters. Must be rejected. First of all, Wike, you're talking about, Wike is from Ikwere. Ikwere people are Igbo people. Ikwere people, most of them came from Aro. Yes. In fact, there was a senator who in 1991 fought for a state, what they call Port Harcourt State. Remember, Port Harcourt is named after Harcourt, a British officer who was there. So it's not an indigenous name too. I guess he's using Port Harcourt State not to provoke, because anytime you mention anything Igbo, that's it. Problem with Nigeria. So change the name. Put Aro, put Rumu, put Y where you have B. And and they're doing, if you continue to acquiesce, that's how Nigeria got to this way too. People don't understand how evil works. It is because you have been acquiescing. They tell you to do, you do. Your condition, because you're giving them more power. You're giving your enemy more power. Resist him. You have to answer, this is my name. You don't go and change Fulani name and tell them you must answer this and that. Why should they be telling you that? Why should they be, forcing you and cajoling you and doing all kinds of things to you? to make you do that. Resist it. Know that your name is important. That's why they're fighting it. It wasn't mean anything. They won't fight it. I'm telling you. Understand? Obiwale was a senator in, I think, the Second Republic. In 1991, he was fighting for Port Harcourt State through a committee. But Obiwale was murdered because he was fighting for Port Harcourt State. Can you believe that? Yeah, it was such a, oh my goodness, you want to give Igbo more power over there? This man is dangerous. So they decided to kill him. You see, they murdered him. This is the kind of people we live with in one Nigeria, so-called one Nigeria. And now, Obiwale comes from Ikwere, the same place that Nwike comes from. Okay? Obiwale. That's his name, Obiwale. Wale. Like Wale is like one. You see that? Yeah, son of the sword. We know what Obi means in Igbo. That's why I tell Nwike to drop our name. We don't need him. You know, he can go to hell if he wants to. What does Igbo need Nyesom Nwike for? Who is he? Insulting yourself. No self-respect. This man has no self-respect for himself. I don't care what your father told you and all the rest of them. Yes, there was slavery. We know that some of our people ended up there. That's true. But you cannot use history to deny identity. It doesn't make sense. Let's talk about that one. But don't use history, you know. And the people you're angry with, or maybe the people who are in Upland or whatever, you people say you're angry with. Remember that the generation has changed. And, you know, whatever happened in history is so regrettable to those of them who are living now. Some of them are crying and praying and doing amends towards God for God to restore our people back. And here comes Mike doing this rubbish, talking nonsense, you know. He should be dismissed with a wave of hand. It's not wanted. Not in Igbo land, not with that type of attitude at all. He has to apologize. Now, as I was saying, Arabs and Islamic ideology and cultural identity troopers, which is Boko Haram and this thing, have affected us so much. They are the ones who are engineering all this nonsense about River State being a different place, you know, from Igbo land. You know, Obiwale was a senator and he's from Ikwere. And let me tell you the truth. Obiwale comes from a place, his village in Ikwere is called Umu Igbo. Umu Igbo, the children of Igbo. In Ikwere, that's where Obiwale comes from. There are 7 stools there. 4 they say it was Aro, then 3 the other Igbo people, and so on. And there's but these are secret and, you know, private things that has to be settled amidst the people who live there. We don't have to, you know, sort of you know, put it in the open. Wike should be very careful. Ikwere people, one week now, no, to be, you know, he should stop this rubbish he's doing publicly. You know, how can you get the people and you say you know, and then he's talking out of so much ignorance. So much ignorance. And this thing will haunt him as time goes. He's already started. That's why he's denying. No, I didn't do this. I didn't do that. Can you please check out? Hating the Igbo will not help you. It is a wrong thing to do. The reason why Nigerians are hating Igbo is because Nigerians love evil. That is why their country is the poverty and terrorism capital of the world. And if they continue to hate the Igbo, God will strangulate that place. It will die. That's why it's dying. And I don't think it's really redeemable anymore. That's true. The problem of Nigeria is the hatred of the Igbo. I'm not mixing words with it. I can tell you that and I can prove it completely. It is that their hatred that has brought them to this condition that they are. Because rather than an Igbo man being somewhere to correct something, they will fight it tooth and nail. Fight it tooth and nail. And the truth is this, if the Igbo man is there, you know, we always complain amidst ourselves that we don't even benefit from our people. But if our people there is like worse for us. Yeah, because you go and start pleasing everybody else. You see what I mean? So if you're there, a lot of people would have benefited. These people benefit. No, but they don't see it. And jealousy in this driving motivation there. So Biwali comes from Umuibo, and there's another Francis Ela from Oba, sorry. You know, he campaigned also with him for president. Chancellor from Oba. These are Igbo people. But Obiwari was murdered probably for demanding that Port Harcourt state, and it's important that we understand that. This most of Ikwere is Aro. It comes from Aro. Aro is sort of a conglomerate of peoples who join together based on issue. That's come from Aro Chukwu. Chukwu is it in Abia State also, and but Aro spread very much in the 17th century as conglomerates of states, so to say, in Igbo land, and it involves people from Anambra, Imo, Abia, and so on and so on. And it spread over down to River State as well, where they call River State today. Elechi Amadi comes from Ikwere. So how can you be answering Elechi Amadi, Igbo name, and you are not Igbo? It doesn't make sense. So drop the name, please. Stop answering other people's names. Tell Wike, yes, Wike to stop answering other people's names. Tell Wike he should quit, and Igbo, he should stop speaking Igbo, because he's not Igbo. Don't be confusing people. Go and tell him to go and find out where his ancestry comes from, so he can take their names. If it's Fulani, you should go and find it and answer Abdul Razak Sanusi or something like that. But don't come and be, confusing people. You are not Igbo. That as if, please, this kind of disgrace ought to stop. So I'm happy to have Mazi Hamefulu Kando, who is here to give us his own commentary, able veteran. And before I invite Mazi Hamefulu Kando to speak, I would like to just read this one more time about the Eastern governors. And this is from Bazilika Amechi, published in the Vanguard News of Tuesday, September 8, 2020. And he says, quote, on the way the Southeast governors have been acting on issues of security and protection of the people of Southeast, what I am saying is that the Southeast governors are not acting with enough boldness in the matter. I was in a joint meeting of Ohanes and Digbo and Southeast governors in Enugu. I'll repeat that again. It says, I was in a joint meeting of Ohanes and Digbo and Southeast governors in Enugu. I was personally at Government House where we agreed on a thing and it was never implemented. Did you hear that? He says, I was personally at Government House where we agreed on a thing, but it was never implemented. This is where Wahi is the chairman of the Southeast governors. You see that? Yeah. Then they went and formed the one they had with the Inspector General of Police. They went and formed another meeting. You see that with the Inspector General, who's Fulani, to go there to tell them what to do. The man told them they were going to form a joint security outfit. And I keep asking, how would they form a joint police outfit that would be supervised by the same IGP who has allowed the Fulani people to carry guns and kill Igbos in their places? I'll repeat that question again for those of you who are not listening. Mbazulike was aviation minister in the First Republic. Yes. Yeah. So he says here, and he was a nationalist. That's by the way. Mbazulike was a Nigerian nationalist. He says here, the question he asks is, how do they expect the same IGP to head their own vigilante? How can it work? He said the same IGP who has allowed Fulani people to carry guns and kill Igbos in their places. You see that? Yeah. Let me go back to the sentence. This bears repeating. He said, the man told them they were going to form a joint security outfit. And I keep asking, how could they form a joint police outfit that will be supervised by the same IGP who has allowed the Fulani people to carry guns and kill Igbos in their places? Yeah. And Umahi and all these governors did nothing about it. But today, they are jumping around to talking about attacking people in Obibo. Can you imagine? Went to Obibo, went to Port Harcourt, and never visited Obibo to, examine the evidence for themselves. They left where the thing happened and went to Muike, went there to talk about, oh, you're trying to cause a civil war. You are going to the person oppressing somebody is not causing a civil war. It is he is resisting it that is causing a civil war. That is how evil people are in Nigeria. And if that evil will end, it will be on their head. This I want to let you know that truth can never be defeated. It is the same thing through history. afterwards, these people will stew in their juice. I'm telling you, it's the same thing. So how do they expect that the same IGP to head their own vigilante? How can it work? You see, why the IGP wants to head vigilante to make sure that we don't protect ourselves. Because if we have Southeast vigilante, we coordinate, we can protect ourselves from Fulani. So they want to keep them open to Fulani attack and Fulani conquest plot and conspiracy to ensure that they keep killing and raping and destroying farms and causing problems here and there, instilling fear in people, so that finally they will Islamize them. They're building mosques. A mosque was destroyed in Nsukka. The Sultan of Sokoto had the guts to attack the bishop in Nsukka. Can you imagine the accident in Nsukka? Saying that he should be investigated. Sultan of Sokoto that advocated for the amnesty for terrorists. They call him Satan of Sokoto. I think he's worse than Satan. These Fulani people are devilish people. Sultan of Sokoto that swore that he will destroy churches in Nigeria, and he has succeeded. 1,300 churches over the space of 2 decades in northern Nigeria. Yes, but he's complaining about the size of one mosque in Nsukka. Can you imagine that? Blaming the distance. This is the type of, for those of you who are still talking about one Nigeria, because we keep telling you, you are wasting your time. You are delaying your future, the future of your children. You're destroying the future of your children. Wickedness is not only when somebody uses knife and chops somebody's head off. Wickedness is also when you see the truth. But because you are afraid, or because you love your life so much, you deny the truth. Once you deny the truth, you're finished. That your life won't mean anything again. As you can see, Nigeria is turning to, because people were busy denying the truth all the time. Of course, things will continue to deteriorate. You keep to give Fulani upper hand. That's why we're calling them by name here. Period. Now, I go further with what Mbazika Mechi said. He said further, they are acting without wisdom in that respect and without enough Igbo courage. They should be courageous enough to have their vigilante without external control. If they cannot do it collectively, individually, they should take Igbo interests into consideration. They are killing your people every day, and they are not doing anything, and somebody is talking about acting with caution. I did not say they are cowards. I said they acted cowardly. They acted without enough courage. They are acting like jellyfish. That is what I said, and I stand by it. Mbazurika Amechi, former First Republic Minister of Aviation, in Vanguard News of Tuesday, September 8, 2020. That's good. If you can give us your commentary regarding what is happening in Nigeria. We have NSAS, we have Wike, and we have our governors acting up everywhere. It is.
Thank you very much, Mazen Moralo. I thank you, members of the panel, for today. Well, when I listen to you speak, Mazen Moralo, I say, my God, we have a brother who is so knowledgeable and does this research work, and that's why we're able to propagate the message from DRM to outside our own forum. I am telling you, from everything that I have been listening and I have been reading, our messages are really going far and wide. Now, regarding what has happened in Port Harcourt, River State, it is unfortunate that somebody like Wike, to be honest with you, I have always been admiring the man because I thought he had some scruples. But the event of the NSAS and how IPOB was propped up and how he, under his command, IPOB people or Igbo people were fished out and being killed and so on, it gave me concern. Now, I am saying this, and also now for the Igbo leaders to go to visit him and not do thorough research work and so on, that's another concern. When you put all these things together, you find out that these men are really being remotely controlled. And that remote control is what we must join to stop. NSAS came about to continue this movement, but apparently, because there are certain basic things when you are forming this type of movement, they didn't have them in place. That was why it apparently collapsed. It didn't collapse. I want you all to understand, it did not collapse. That was a sample. the youth, and I'm glad the youth had the courage to start it. However, the remote controls that are really guiding them and so on, they did fantastic job. I will give it to them for even starting. But they have learned their lesson. It's not going to be the end of the world. But I want us to remember this, that the Fulanis, like Mazimo has stated, the Fulanis are up in their games and they will continuously be up in their games with their father, the British, who are remotely telling them how to do and what to do. We know these things. And you and I have come to the conclusion, let us not deceive ourselves. This movement that have started cannot be done by us alone. We don't want to do that because at any opportunity, they want to turn it around and say it's Biafra people or Igbo people and all those things. We have to be very wise in whatever we are going to be doing. We must try as much as possible to do it in association or in alliance with other groups, the West and the Middle Belt. That alliance has been formed and it and has been solidified also. That was solidified when the NSAS movement started. Remember that immediately it happened. The Northern youths, the Fulani is always inspiring, always always deceiving the Hausa boys to start saying that they are not in support of the NSAS movement protest. So when you all see this, we must be very careful. Even our leaders, they are remotely controlled. They are all afraid. They go and take bribes because most of them don't even have work. They have been pulverized. They don't have money. So they will depend on going at midnight and getting penny from all these Fulanese. They know the game. They have used this for centuries. You all remember what happened to the house as 1804 to 1808? It is there. Once we remember this, I would rather that we should develop another method of how to deal with this situation. I'm telling you of all these things that have been going on, the NSAS situation, the protestation is one good thing that has happened in the history of Nigeria. We must capitalize on it. We must be part of it, but on a higher level, on a more modified way. So let us try as much as possible to have sympathy for all these our leaders. They are hungry. The Fulanis, they know that. And they know how to do it. That is why, excuse me, that is why the little job that they should be given, to people to make a living, they refuse to do it. You see that? So what is the end result? The end result is that people will be subservient to them. Once we understand this, we have to be very calm. All we have to do also to see how we can begin to work. Let it be a revised psychology. Instead of attacking all these our governors and so on, let us work with them. But let us be in charge of what is going on. Then work with the youths who are doing their own thing. Because it's like, if you all remember, it's just like when we were talking, donating money and giving to IPOP and everything. I said, no, like we're in your village people. That was when I remember mentioning about the vigilante thing. That instead of contributing all this money, except for our radio and the satellite things and so on, whereby you can contribute as God gives you ability, give every other thing to our youth in the villages for the vigilante group. Unfortunately, when we started this now, the IGP, Inspector General of Police, what happened? They started helping the community vigilante and all this, and that is bullshit, but that's okay. We are people trapped, so we have to use wisdom. We have to use wisdom on dealing with this situation. That is what I am going to say. We just have to be very, very careful and tactful.
Yeah.
And love ourselves. They want us to hate ourselves so that we'll constantly be fighting within ourselves. We are going to change that, but it requires a lot of brainstorming, brain work, and wisdom. Thank you in the meantime, my brethren, for this broadcast. May God continue guiding us and giving us wisdom to move forward. All is well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, veteran Ahmed Fulukandu. You've heard it. We should also think about unifying in order to fight these people. The difficulties is with our political leaders who have continually refused to stand with their people and are working with the enemy. It's then difficult for us to have to handle them because, of course, it would have been better for them to be on our side. And it's good that Mazam Ifukanda mentioned about using poverty as a weapon of conquest. Poverty as a weapon. So the poverty is deliberate, orchestrated, plotted, and conspired on, contrived, and implemented by the Fulani hegemonistic oligarchy within Nigeria, ensuring that poverty is a weapon with which they will conquer everybody. Because when people are hungry, then you can manipulate them better. So we have to understand that as well and ensure that our resistance will not allow them to succeed. God will not allow them to succeed anyways. I'd like to call on another panelist, Sister Oziomeme, to speak on these issues of Rivers State, the massacre in Obibo. Winke says he's not Igbo, and proving that Ikwere is Igbo from Aro. Obiwali, who is a senator from Ikwere, his town is called Umibo, his village. But this guy is not from Igbo. Winke. So we say, well, he should better drop his name and drop any Igbo language and go and answer Fulani language or name or whatever he has, And the Kwere people needs to speak up. This idea of hiding when this type of thing is happening, because when you speak up, that voice is power to change things. Look at NSAS; they are criminalizing people who are doing NSAS. They're saying no, they're freezing their accounts and so on. Some of them have escaped the country. Can you believe that? It shows that. Anybody who hasn't seen what's going on in Nigeria, I don't know what else. Probably the person is blind or deaf. Sister, it's good to have you again. So please, you speak on these issues. You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Good evening. I thank you all for having this program today. Wow, we have a full board. I think, it's just a privilege to be here, seriously. I have been, should I say my, what do I say now? It hasn't been easy reading and seeing what is going on with Wike and our governors and those that call themselves the leaders of Igbo people. And when after reading what they're saying and what they did, I'm like thinking, what galaxy are they from? Who are they leading? It just shows me that they're too blind to know what is going on with the people they are leading. Bottom line, they do not understand who they are leading. They are there for themselves. And for Wike to start denying what happened, what was captured, that's amazing, seriously. It's a big, I wouldn't say I was disappointed, but it's like, oh my God, so he's one of them too. There is a saying that says, when people show themselves, believe them. And usually events will go on. If we start living, we will see different things happen that will make people show themselves. So now that he's shown himself that he's one of them, we should know how we function. Because it's not before we think he's one of those that are doing the right thing, but no, he's not. Each of them will aspire to do what they think is good for themselves and not for the people they are leading, which is sad. And like veteran Okanda said, it's like going back to the drawing board, working to building that bridge with all the different parts of Nigeria that are actually interested in being independent from the North. And people say you can't do this. There's no sharing of blood. That's a big lie from the pit of hell. Because what these people understand is, they keep killing people and they think they are invincible. What if the ball reverses? What if all of a sudden all these people are like, you know what, I am really sick and tired of having my people killed. It's time for them to either go down or the whole place is in flames. Because that's the only language they will understand. And for whatever area or region to go on, nobody in leadership right now is supposed to be leading. I don't care how short the time they've been in the office. And why do I say that? Because there was one guy, I forgot his name, that was his friends, part of the NSAS people helped elect him to the whatever. And then he went there talking about not allowing social media. And they're like, oh my God, he's only been there for a couple years and he's already one of them. That's what it is. All you need is for for one little seed of ugliness to infect everybody else. So he was there with them and he became one of them. And so what we have to know is that whenever this new what do I call it? New program that we're planning or doing or working on comes along, nobody in the government should be a part of it. Because it's already in their blood, it's in their bone. They can never get away from it. Instead, they will try to corrupt every other person that's coming in. So what I'm trying to say that we need to continue informing our people, educating the masses, to continue to raise the consciousness, because the more conscious they become of what their situation is, the more they are likely to be part of the group that is fighting for a change. And we have a lot of work ahead of us. It needs a lot of money. And we need to be looking at how we get money from other means, because people are tired of contributing money, even to keep the radio station going. The radio station needs a lot of money to get going, and right now, that's not the case. People are not putting in money to get it going. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. And I thank everyone that is here. Chuks Ikediwe, thank you. You're a man of steel. Oh my God. I read all your write-up and people are so naive, and I call it naive, that they are naive. Hopefully when they know better, they will do better. But sometimes you look at people and you're like, at your age, you're still speaking like a child. Oh my God, when are you going to grow up? So we have a lot of work to do. And we need to get on the ball and start working to incorporate other regions of the nation that are working to get free. Not everybody wants to be free. We have to understand that too. So I'm gonna stand by for now, and I thank you all for having me. It's a pleasure to be part of this elite group. Thank you.
Thank you so much, a wonderful sister, Oziomeme. A true Biafran whose advice and encouragement is invaluable. We appreciate your voice, we appreciate your encouragement, appreciate your advice, we appreciate your analysis of what is going on. It is important for us to hold on to them earnestly, steadfastly, to ensure that we walk on the right path to attain our freedom. It's important for our listeners to also remember that this NSAS movement, you have the Lagos state government setting up an investigative tribunal or whatever they call it, you know. The question we're asking is, how can Lagos State, a party to the Lekki toll gate crisis, set up a tribunal to investigate a case is involved in? You know, it's unbelievable what goes on in Nigeria. The tribunal should simply be independent. You know, if it's not independent of the parties involved in the crisis, how do you now trust the outcome of the investigation and the judgment of that body? Its fairness is already compromised. So, but this is Nigeria, you know, where you can be a judge in your own court. Can you imagine? And it's amazing that I don't think Eastern governors set up any tribunal over the killings or whatever, you know, non-peaceful, you know. But if they have, the tribunal is there to serve the states, which is the culprits, the people who are there. That's what the tribunal is there to do. For those of you who don't understand, this is the reason why you've had revolutions through history. You know, we can keep mentioning revolution upon revolution upon, you know, Spanish Revolution, French Revolution, American Revolution, Cuban Revolution, Russian Revolution, all these revolutions, all over the world. It is because people who control the paraphernalia of governance use it for their own personal interests rather than for the interest of the public, of the masses. They hedge information, they hedge democracy, they hedge consensus, and ensure that the voices of other people are not heard, so that they just push through their own interest. And in doing that, that's why I say absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. The people suffer. But the suffering of people comes to a point and they revolt, you see? Yeah, because nobody's here. People say, oh, why did you complain? Oh, did you go to court, you meet Fulani, he will turn it upside down. These are people where a country where the judiciary, a Supreme Court chief judge of the Supreme Court is you know, his legal qualification is Sharia law. Can you imagine that type of thing? It's unbelievable. So how do you operate in that type of environment? For those of you who are still talking about one Nigeria, it's coming gradually. You know that the news is tightening on you, and you're still saying one Nigeria. I better hope for one Nigeria. Yeah, Nigeria will do it better. Nigeria will do this and that. That is when you know that people are, I don't know, that is fear combined with having a lying spirit living inside you or something. I don't know. That's what it is, because, you know, you see the truth, you deny it, and, you know, so the devil will give you the lie, and you see where you go, where you get to with it. Chuksikedi, you can please have a contribution on this, because we will be closing down the next 20 minutes. You have something to say. We would like you to speak up on that.
Okay. Always listening.
Yeah. Okay.
I was really pained. I was really pained when I took time to read the press statement released by the Rivers State Commissioner for Information and Communication on what he wrote, that is what transpired when the so-called Igbo leader, because as far as I'm concerned, there are no more my Igbo leaders. The so-called Igbo leaders went to see Uike consigning the killing in Obibo, and they went there and started whining and dialing rather than go out to see people, go to where the issue happened and speak to people. They never did that. Rather, they went to there, ended up in a hall, got served food. What were they discussing? allow Wike to talk to them, and Wike said he never did any of those things being accused, or those things that we saw taking place, or those things that he mounted in the beginning that he was doing, because he said it all. Rather than those they never did it, they just say, oh, since you said you didn't do it, we'll believe you. Everyone, that's everybody saying, everyone talking about in social media, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. Therefore, no Igbo man was killed, nobody died, everything was lies. But we've given them names of people that died there. We've given them, we've listed names of people that died there. 99% of them are Igbos. And they're not even the so-called IPOP member that he went after. And that's what we tell people. Wike is a lawyer. In law, you don't, the law says it's even better you allow 99 criminals to escape than for one innocent person to be murdered. If Wike went to that listen, even if those people who killed them, if he went after those who killed those soldiers, and in the process he killed innocent people there, he's as guilty, he's as criminally complicit in the murder as the devil, as Hitler himself. So he has committed a lot of atrocity. For people to not go, instead of going for what they see, to start exonerating him without making any finding, without asking Wike, why not set up a panel of inquiry to investigate what happened? They are as corrupt as the devil himself, and they ceases today to be my leaders. Anybody telling me that we should work with them until they repent, I can't work with such people. I can't even help them again. And it goes so bad that even some of them went there and started singing Wike Kaige so Modejeje Monana Wike Kaige. And when this is translated, it means we will follow Wike, whether Wike is going or Wike is coming. In other words, you are going to follow the murderer of your people, a man that murdered your people who was never even owned up for it. I've seen Nigerians compare what's happening in NOV to what happened in Udi and Zakibiam. We shouldn't make mistake about it. Udi happened. The man that did Udi never denied it for one day. If you ask Obasanjo, you will own up to it. You say, I did it. I like men who do something and they're ready for the consequences. We can't kill our people in NOV. And when the time of consequences come, he start denying. And those who are supposed to hold him accountable start singing the same praises that he's singing. That is criminal combinations. That is criminal conspiracy, and they must understand this fact. That is the way it is. Wike can't deny it because the records are there. Those that died have children. Those that died have relations, and they are willing to speak up. When Wike will not allow a panel of inquiry to be set up, he can't even set it up now because he's already compromised about it. Because I say it never happened. Even though it's okay, let's investigate to know what happened. You can now understand, okay, let's do it. But now you say nothing happened. Therefore, he's not even qualified to do it again. And that's why I applauded the NBA for coming out to say, okay, let's investigate this issue. Let's investigate what happened. But what did Wike go? Wike is bashing the NBA for even coming out with that idea. If he has nothing to hide, why is he bashing the NBA? The body that set out to really examine, investigate, and unveil what happened. Why is he bashing them? Why is he insulting them? Why is he cursing them? It shows a man that's trying to hide something. And in this fact, he's not going to hide anything. I've seen people trying to blame, make excuses. And that's what Nigerians and some Igbo people are good at doing. They make excuses for the murderer. Why trying to tell me I should hold why should some of them ask me, why am I crying for more than the bereaved? I'm as bereaved as those who are bereaved there because my people were murdered for no reason, for no crime. This accusation of soldiers being killed happened all over. It happened in Lagos where I live. It happened in Edo. It happened in Anambra. Nobody has actually linked it to anybody or went after one particular set of people. Nobody has been profiled for it. They're investigating as a mob action. Why should that one in River be different? And it's happening for it was actually instigated by a man who says it's not Igbo. In other words, he already had a predetermined outcome. He already knows. He already had a predetermined ethnic profiling before he set out to do it. In fact, it's like a man who has a scores to settle, and that happened. He capitalized on it. We shouldn't forget something. Cultism has been very rampant in Rivers State. Cultists has been killing people for years, and this the information we are getting is that cultists were the one that masterminded the whole thing. But Wike is closing eye for it. Wike has never sent the armies to go against Fulani men before. Why should he be doing it? We must bring him to an account. And this is what, if this is the last thing we do as a group, as BRM, we must do it. We mustn't let people to kill our people and get away with it. Even if we say let's prolong taking the northern as the criminal act they've committed against our people, even if we prolong, we're not going to prolong this one because the criminal in-house, the enemy within is worse than the enemy outside. Wike has really proven that there's an enemy within, and we must not allow him to get away with this. We will never allow him because he knows exactly what he was doing. He's a lawyer, for God's sake. He knows implications of this model that he actually participated on, that he actually created, instigated. His wife is a judge. They know exactly what they were doing. So we must not allow them to get away with it. We must not allow them to intimidate the NBA, not to go ahead with the panel they've set up. Any other group that wants to set up this panel, we must never ever allow it. Wike must pay for his crisis. And this time around, I also encourage our people to take our time to read the press release by BRM as it concerns this Obigbo killings. Because that press release actually examines what transpired during the so-called meeting, the so-called fact-finding meeting between the Ali Baba and the 40 thieves. Ali Baba here being Wike, who is denying the obvious, and the 40 thieves being the Igbo leaders who went there to sell their people because money has exchanged hands. We shouldn't forget something. That meeting was not done. The people that attended the meeting didn't attend it on empty ground. They were paid to come. They drove all the way from Imo State, Enugu State, Anambra State. They went all the way to River State for that meeting. They were paid for it. Therefore, that's why they were singing different praises. That's why they're not singing Wike Kai Grace. So why will we follow Wike? Even if Wike what has he done that you are following him? Has he turned River State to Dubai? And the worst was that the so-called SND of River State was telling us of the infrastructural development that Wike has brought to River State. I've been to River State. I was there this year. What really is fantastic? They're nothing. Absolutely nothing. So what is the infrastructural development? And are you talking about infrastructural development when we are talking about killings, when we are talking about massacre that took place? How does those two things correlate? How did they relate? It shows that they are trying to divert attention from the issues at hand. It's called confused issue strategy. We are talking about killing. You are telling us about infrastructural development. You are telling us about what you saw on social media as a lie. If you want to decide whether they are lying, you go to the area where it happened, ask questions, interview people. This is how people that want to know exactly what happened do. They interview people, they get their facts well, and they cross-check facts, and they come up with a theory. Not to listen to the instigator, and you tell me, oh, what they had, because the instigator has said it, they are all lies. This is heartbreaking for me. It's heartbreaking for most of us that claim to be people of good conscience. It kills morale. It gives you the hope. It makes you hopeless that the people that you call leaders are not leaders. And this is Wike, who is even a southerner. They can't even control him. They can't even tackle him. How can they tackle northerners then? How can they tackle those from the north? If they can't tackle ordinary Wike, one person against so many people in the meeting, they couldn't even tackle. They couldn't even bring him down. How can they tackle people sent by the Sultan of Sokoto or the Buharis of this world? No, it's really appalling. Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, for that analysis. It shows that there is collusion, definitely. I will want to also share a couple of, because we talk about, when we talk about what the police has done, it's very important to understand these governors, because we're not just we don't not levying accusations against them without facts and figures. Now, let us look at what the people are suffering, what brought out attacking policemen and this, and both Fulani and all the rest of them. We all know the history of police in Nigeria, how they kill innocent people. It's just that you don't see Wike and the governors complain. They're the police, the killers here is the police force and the armed forces of Nigeria, which Fulani has hijacked to make a killing tool for them to tool of jihad, to be killing innocent Christians. That's all what is going on here. And it's shocking that these governors, and including Wike, is aiding them, aiding and abetting genocide in Igbo land. Now, talking about what in September 23 this year, can you imagine, just this September, a lady was brutally murdered by herdsmen in Ebonyi State. It says here, a young lady was brutally murdered and left for death by Fulani herdsmen in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State capital. The incident happened during the early hours of Tuesday, 22nd September 2020. At Isiago Ivo local government area of Ebonyi State, she was rushed to the nearest hospital, unfortunately died due to the severity of injuries sustained. See that? You have seen even in social media people that their bodies have been cut up by Fulani people. These, I don't know if you call them beasts, that's insulting beasts, because beasts are actually walking on their own. These ones are looking for trouble, come to your place to kill you. It's unbelievable. In their land, they were not in anywhere around Fulani. They'll come there and kill you in your own land. Can you imagine that? Fulani herdsman kills husband and wife in Afi, Ebonyi State. The lifeless bodies of late Mr. Onya Oko and his wife, Ngozi Onya, was found in their farm at Amata in Oziza, Afikpo, South Local Government. Today, Friday, 9th October 2020. After missing for 24 hours since Thursday, 8th October 2020, which the couple left to farm in the morning, healthy and sound, but never returned alive. See, when the news about this missing reached the community leader and other community dwellers, the traditional leader immediately called on the Nigerian police, Afikpo Division, which went in search of the murdered persons in the farm. Astonishingly, their dead bodies were found in their farm, lifeless by the police and the members of the community. After a series of investigation by police and the hospital, it was confirmed that the wife, late Ngozi Onya, which pregnancy suffered bruises in her private part as a result of multiple penetrations and rape by the murderous Fulani headsmen, terrorists, before killing them. The husband was tied with rope on his neck, hands and legs to die slowly as he watched the unsaved, horrible death of him and his beloved wife after being raped helplessly before his face. What a horrific end caused by Fulani headsmen. See that? Ebonyi State media team is following the occurrence to keep you updated as things unfold. I guess Umahi will tell them to, don't report that thing immediately. He's the man working for Fulani people, call himself governor of Ebonyi State. Governor of Ebonyi State, that makes you become so evil. Ebonyi CP condemns killing of 2 Fulani herders. You see, so when the people fight back, you see, the Commissioner of Police CP Ebonyi State, Philip Sulemaku, has condemned the recent attack on Fulani herders at their camp at Ukwachi Forest, Ishieke, in the Ebonyi local government area, which led to the death of 2 persons. Yeah, the people began to fight back to defend themselves. This is where you see Umahi jump up. You cannot kill anybody here. You can't kill anybody. I don't want trouble in my state. Just the type of thing Wike is talking about. Yeah. Trouble is only when people kill those who are killing them. But when the police kills people, it's not trouble. The trouble is, or the Fulani kills people, or the military kills innocent people. It's not trouble. Trouble is only when they resist. That is when there's trouble. So you can understand the evil going on here. There's one, September 23rd, lady butchered by Fulani herdsmen. They butcher people, cut people like me. This is September 23rd, 2020. Police brutality. Ebonyi Assembly sets up committee to probe killing of 2 teenagers. This is September 3, 2020. This September. I'm telling you what's going on in Ebonyi, where this Omahi is coming from. Ebonyi State House Assembly yesterday set up a 7-man committee to look into the killing of 2 indigenes of the Zago community in Ishielu local government area of Ebonyi State. The deceased, Monde Nwale Otubo, male, 21 years, and Emeka Paul Nwale, male, 17. were killed by the police in August this year during an alleged gun duel with the police. You see, they will allege that it's a gun duel, so they kill them. You know, they call them criminal causes and names. They'll be happening. I have testimonies here from former police commissioners. I have it. We don't have time to read it today. But when the next broadcast, you will hear from the horse's mouth, the police themselves. You see, people who have been there for a long time. They tell you exactly what's happening in there. The government does not want to correct this. It is to attack people who are being killed, already attacked at the police. The government has set up the military and the police as a weapon of mass destruction for the people of Nigeria. This government is full of criminals in government. That's what we should know. Criminals in government, calling themselves governors, senators, this, that. You know, they don't fight these things, which is what they're supposed to do to ensure that this doesn't exist. No, ensure that the police who had killed somebody is brought to book. No, you don't. As soon as the person starts to defend his life, oh, you jump up, you want peace in your state. Oh, they're trying to cause war. Oh, this type of narrative is enough of the rubbish coming from Modo and all these people. Stop talking rubbish. You are disgracing yourself so much before Igbo people. You don't know what to sound like before the world. Shame on all of you. As old as you are, I keep talking about their age. As old as you are. Unbelievable people. So here he says, according to the police, late Emeka and Paul were part of the gang that kidnapped the businessman, but the community accused the police of killing innocent villagers. The community knows exactly what happened there. Police will lie like people who extort money from people anyhow, torture them, disappear them. What can those people like that? So they're uniformed criminals, uniformed killers. That's what you have in Nigeria. And the government are also the so-called honorable, they are dishonorable members of the National Assembly. They are criminals, most of them. That is why this thing is happening. You know, if they weren't, it won't be happening. Okay, so now there's another report. They're talking about social media. Social media is exposing them. Yeah, that's why Oyibo shooting. Many killed as unknown gunmen attack residents of Oyibo and Rivers. You know, and this guy has a video on it too. It's on Thursday, October 22nd, 2020. Residents of Oyibo local government area of Rivers State have taken to social media to raise an alarm that they were under attack by unknown gunmen. Series of photos and videos indicate that some people were killed on Thursday. And if you look at it, you see the army shooting there. Thursday night, October 22nd, 2020 in Oyibo, a town which is about 30 kilometers from Parakot. And people might say, well, how are we sure it's in Obibo? Well, they are killing Obibo, honestly. Some people have been there, the journalists have been there, they reported on it. So this one is just from a private source. Anyways. So you can't deny that there was killing. Even Wike himself, they're all admitting that. They're just trying to blame the people whom they butchered that they have done anything wrong. Although the people responsible for the attack is not yet known by the time of filing this report, but some residents believe it was carried out by Fulani herdsmen, while others claim it was a Nigerian army. See, they work hand in hand, Fulani herdsmen. They know the people who are attacking them. That's why they're saying that. Now, there's in this day news, suspected herdsmen killed Rivers PDP gubernatorial aspirant. This is March 2020. I'll give you, these are reports of things that happened this year itself. Armed herdsmen have kidnapped and murdered the 2019 governorship aspirant of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Rivers State, Mr. Suala West. Are these Biafrans that did that? You know, it was learned that West, who hails from Abonima, Akukutoru local government area of the state, was abducted at his poultry farm at Alu behind OPM in Porakot on March 12th, but was reportedly found dead on Wednesday evening. Further findings and pictorial evidence showed that West was brutally killed by the armed herdsmen, that's Fulani people, days before his corpse was discovered at a bush along Eleke pipeline, Porakot. The decomposing remains of the West were said to have a bullet wound and machete cut. That's Fulani for you. They have guns to shoot AK-47 because the Buhari and his fellow Islamic jihadists armed them with AK-47 to kill the rest of the Christians in that space. That is what is going on there. The family of the deceased, who until his death was a popular lawyer and promoter of small business in Porakot, was thrown into confusion and mourning. So you can see that herdsmen attack Rivers community, abduct woman. This was in 2018 under Wike. Wike, this is what herdsmen are doing in Rivers State. You don't see Wike jump up and want to protect the state. He thinks the state is his property. That's why he's sounding like that. It's my state. Who told you it's your state? Do you own the land or what? What is wrong with you? You're a governor. Go and do your job. Stop bragging that the place is your state. It's not. Yeah, you are just a citizen, part of that state. That's all. Get it? And you have a responsibility to do the job. I don't know what this position gets into the head of these people, and they keep acting up anyhow. A group of men suspected to be herdsmen has adopted a farmer identified as Edith Lawrence and inflicted injury on several persons, including another farmer, Blessing Chimele. The incident happened on Thursday in Ihuoba community in Ahua, the East local government area of Rivers State. A source from the area told Southern City News on Sunday that the herdsman led their cattle into the victim's farm. You see, they used the cattle as a pretext to cause trouble, adding that when the women raised the alarm, one of them was kidnapped while others were injured. It was gathered that the herdsmen attacked some inhabitants of the community with daggers, bows, and arrows before they made away with Blessing, whose whereabouts remain unknown. This is 2018. Nobody knows if it's found up till now. The herdsmen allowed their cows to roam into people's farms, and when the women who were working in their farms saw what was happening, they began to shout and call people to help them. The herdsmen attacked some of the people that came to the place. Community people were attacked with daggers, bows, and arrows. Many were injured. One of the farmers, Blessing Chimele, was injured. Also, one woman, Edith Lawrence, was kidnapped by the herdsmen. As we speak, there is no news about the woman's whereabouts. She has not been released. So you can see that in Ahoada. This is all in Rivers State. Wike did not jump up and send the army to look for Fulani people to slaughter them. Wike did not do that. All these governors, Ebonyi is happening in Ebonyi, is happening in Enugu. You don't see the southeastern governors do that, or the South. No, they don't do that. Don't touch Fulani. So even while they are killing and ravaging the whole place, rampaging like bovine creatures out of control. Nobody does nothing. They are innocent. It is when people react, you know. So the Fulani is attacking the people, the police are attacking the people, killing them, and then, you know, that's it. You know, once the people react, no, that's with natural instinct for you to self-preservation. Who told you that people suddenly go and attack police stations? The police stations have been there for donkey years. Nobody attacks them. It's the problem of the police being used as a weapon to attack the people. The police is attacking people and killing them, making their life miserable. And you just fold your hands. You governors do not prosecute the police. They don't ensure that they bring to book those who are violating these people. But as soon as they attack, you say, oh, these are people who didn't see war and they're asking for war. That type of narrative must end. We will put an end completely to that rubbish. It's enough of that. The Modo and Wike and all these rest of these governments, it's time to stop that narrative. You are disgracing yourself publicly. And if you continue to disgrace yourself publicly, so would you be. It's as simple as that. Herdsmen attack Rivers community, shoot Catholic priest in Taraba. This is Tide newspaper of May 29, 2018. Fulani herdsmen attacked the Ihuava community in Ibu, Upata Kingdom of Ahoada. This is the story of that Edith Lawrence being repeated again. Now, there's another news which is in Guardian. It says, Guardian of 19 February 2020. This year again. This year, 2020. Let's see what is going on in these areas, you know, for our people. It says, living under siege of herdsmen in South. Living under siege of herdsmen in South. You see? Yeah. It says, tension is on the rise across the South region. After herdsmen recently killed more than 14 persons in Awon, Agadama, and Ohoro communities of Uweru Kingdom in Ugeli North local government area of Delta State. This latest attack that has triggered rhetoric of genocidal killings by the Yoruba Progressive Union and other stakeholders was one of the bloodiest incidents perpetrated by nomadic herdsmen in the South region, who have wreaked havoc. They've wreaked havoc in Delta, in Rivers, weakest place as well, in Edo and Akwa Ibom states in recent times. The governors, you don't, it is so now that the people who go and kill you jump up, this is my state. After NSAS demonstration that happened all over the country, you are the only one that sent people to somewhere to go and massacre because you hate Obibo people. You know, you want to impress the Fulani people. You are in trouble. After this trouble you get into, I believe all that will learn their lesson. Because you people need to learn some lessons, honestly. Sitting on that seat as governor with the powers you're given, it gets into your head. You people act like children. As old as you are, you act like a child that came brought into a toy house. All of you, Okezie, the other one, what is his name? They act like children who you brought into a toy shop and they don't know which one to pick. They're confused. That is the point. Brought into a governor, okay, you control money, that your head will roll out. You begin to kill people, there's no development in your land. Instead of you to face that, no, you don't. Muike, I think, has done some development in his land. It is Okezie Ikpeazu that is the worst of them all, And all you do is get contract and share with them, buy your family, go and buy house abroad and travel abroad. Shameless people. You are going abroad where your fellow man has developed, where your fellow man built, but you cannot build your place. And you want self-respect. You don't have self-respect. You don't know how you insult yourselves. And these men, they don't deserve an iota of respect from anybody. Your fellow man went and developed your place abroad, his place abroad. You are going there to buy house and live because it's a safe place for you now, isn't it? It's a better place for you. Why can't you convert your place into that place or make it even better? You refuse to think. All you people are there is there. You eat, your tummy is hanging out, is nearly falling out of your waist. That's all you people do. Your heads are bulging out of food. No exercise, nothing. No discipline. No physical, no spiritual, nothing. You just squander government money and worship Fulani people and want all of us to die because you are governor of the state. Shame on you. You will go down in ignominy in the name of God. Nobody takes that type of rubbish from anybody. Never will my people take it. Never. It's objectionable. People call it aro. Okezie Ikpeazu. And, what are their names? I keep forgetting. Obiano. That the head of somebody is worth 500,000 to Fulani. So Fulani came to his land and you're telling him his head is worth 500,000. Obiano. Obiano ala na awil, nukwa ala na awil. We dey was ala na awil. Not to go too much. We dey na ala anu na awil. Honestly, something is wrong with you people. They gave you power. You will power. You're somebody's head. Fulani came to his land. You're telling him that his head is worth $500,000. What type of person are you? And you're the oh, well, they say you drink. That's why. When you're Fulani go, you see a couple. Or to go too much. If I don't know to go too much, Obiano and Ugwani and Okezie and Wike, Man, we'll not talk about them. I don't know what to say about that man. Should be out of there entirely. And in Imo State, this is what you have to organize to find how to resist the Fulani government. Otherwise, you're finished. Shame on you people. A disgrace, Gary. Look, I'd rather die than live and miss this type of people. These people are disgusting. Disgusting. Hey, or are they something else? Where are they from? Where are they from? God hear our voice. Where are these people from? Why are they destroying our lives completely? Why are they destroying our lives completely? God do not allow them to succeed. Don't allow them to succeed. They will never succeed. So look at the destruction in the so-called South. Yeah. Because once you reach to Igbo, they will have a different geographical point. South. If you ask them where is West, they won't show you. Yeah? Where is East? It's not there. What is not is not there. Only in Igbo land, in the whole world, in the history of the whole world, do you have a new geographical point called South-South. Only in Igbo land. And Wike is there. Some of you are acquiescing to this identity crisis. You will suffer. That's what I said. It is this pretense that has made you reach this way. I've told you people, drop your idols. If you don't drop your idols, you will all suffer. You will all suffer. Those idols that you go and worship, those useless idols that you worship, demons that you worship, you will suffer if you don't drop those idols. It has been happening from history. So yours will not. You have the privilege of seeing the Bible, of knowing the Bible, of reading the Bible. It is there, even on your phone, is there. You refuse to read it. You want to worship idol. That demon will finish you up. You haven't seen Fulani yet. You have not seen Fulani yet if you people don't destroy those idols. And I'm here shouting myself hoarse. If you do not drop those idols, I'm telling you, all of you will suffer. Alan, how will you know? Keep telling me it is your tradition and what your father did. Was everything your father did correct? Are you a fool? Is everything you're doing correct? So if my son comes and what something I'm doing that is bad, he shouldn't stop it because I did it. Every time you give excuses. That's why there's no love within you, in your family, in your communities. That's why this person wants to kill the other person. That's why this person is envious of them. It is those demons that you bring there. I'm telling you now, so you don't say nobody told you. If you don't leave those demonic forces, it will leave those idols that you're worshiping. They will ruin your family. Your enemies will oppress you constantly. Oppress your children. Oppress your children's children. If you don't leave that idol worship in Igbo land. I'm saying it and I'm saying it again. Drop those idols. They provoke God. God cannot save you when you have rejected him. The God of Israel, and I call him God of Israel so you can understand the God I'm identifying. The God of Israel, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob will not save you if you do not leave other gods and you keep justifying that rubbish. An idol that has done nothing for you except create wickedness in your family structure, in your family system. The brother can't see brother. One person becomes progressive, the other people are envious of him. They want him dead. What type of God is this you're worshiping? Try Christ. Try Yeshua HaMashiach, and you see what is going to happen there. You see that love return. You see things that will happen there. You see how God will deal with Fulani for us. You know all these things that happen. These governors, they will change overnight. Though. You will see that, but you have to begin to do it yourself. Stop, holding on to evil like a fool. Odeshi, that you did something, Odeshi. If you shoot them, bullet doesn't catch them. Fool. Why don't you allow that, tell that to God that you're worshiping to go and save you from your oppression, first of all? It's only bullet that won't catch you. It is these things you're doing that's holding us down because God cannot turn his face of mercy and shine his face on us as a people because you are worshiping it. Look at your governors, what they're doing now. You look at them talk like this, you're wondering, are they, if not that I saw some of these things maybe on recorded, I can't believe it. You just can't believe it. Well, look at it happening. Because all of you are worshiping position and money. Look at her. It says Fulani herdsmen criminals in very rivers nursing school at will. This is January 31, 2017. Wike was there too. So all these inventions of Fulani, and Wike did not send the army or police or this person or that person to go there and finish all of them up. No, but after NSAS, in which 22 policemen were killed and 205 stations were destroyed, according to Inter General Police, M.A. Adamu, Muike jumped up in there and said it was Biafra. You don't want to hear Biafra. I remember what Ojukwu said about, I never forgot that. If you wake up, and I believe it completely, you can listen to me if you want to believe, you don't. It's all your choice. If you wake up any morning and your enemy tells you that you're doing very well, know that you're not doing anything, that you're pleasing your enemy. Know that you don't know what you're doing. Your enemy has to complain. When they complain that you're Igbo, answer Igbo more. If they answer, you complain that you're Biafra, answer Biafra more. Because that's where your salvation will come from. It's not running away from it. Running away from it will put you more into trouble. It will empower them. You're giving them power. So they say Biafra. Oh, we answer Biafra. Oh, in fact, we change our name to Biafra. What is your first name? Biafra. Last name Biafra. Okay. Why should somebody's name be bothering somebody else? That can't you answer? Answer that question yourself. And they will intimidate you. So you accept the rubbish they're doing, and you drop your names. That day is the day you finished yourself up. Like I said, next week I will go into police horrors. But let me also read read this for you so that you can understand what I'm saying regarding the police and and what they're doing. In Nigeria, we've seen what Fulani is doing. In the World Index, Internal Security Index, before I go there, let me read Vanguard News of Tuesday, October 13, 2020. It says, over 300 army/police checkpoints choking Southeast. Choking Southeast. Over 300 army/police checkpoints. Extorting money from people, impoverishing the people by forcing them to take their money. This is police force of Nigeria. And somebody has mouth to talk that somebody killed police. And they're killing some of them, disappearing some of them. They said that even in the river close to Obibo, that there are corpses. They've disappeared people and thrown them into the river. Wike did not see that. Yes, some Wike, one Wike. You did not see that. They harassed, intimidated citizens, motorists, lament massive extortion. Stakeholders condemning the organization. Now, let me read a little bit of it. It said, the Southeast Zone can rightly be said to be under siege by soldiers and police that have mounted checkpoints almost at every 2 kilometers in all the major roads in the zone. From Aba to Umuahia to Owerri, Enugu to Abakaliki, Awka to Onitsha to Nnewi, the story is the same. Is it not this? This is a simple way of killing the economy of a place because people are afraid to move out, investment, and everybody's running away. Those who are existing in serious pain and suffering. They're impoverishing the people. These are robbers. This is armed robbery. That's what it is. Because they have arms and they are robbing them by intimidating them with those arms. That's why they give them, give me money, give me money. Why are they doing that? Because they carry arms. They use that arms to intimidate them. That means don't give me money, I'll shoot you. Some will tell you that to your face. So it's armed robbery. And Nigerian government has converted their police force into armed robbers in uniform. And there's no complaint. Omahi, you don't see that now. You're blind to that. Blind people, completely blind. Then it says here, from about the Enugu distance of 150 kilometers, there are at least 12 army checkpoints. The army is there. Buratai, the Islamic jihadists. You rob the Igbo and kill the Igbo. That's what his name is in the ICC, International Criminal Court. He's one of the people. Yes, charged for genocide. From Aba to Enugu, there are 12 army checkpoints and over 16 police checkpoints, permanently mounted, and a couple of stop and search police teams. The situation has been a source of worry to motorists and other road users in the zone, some of whom have described it as an embarrassment and an assault of the people of the zone. Recall that during the last Southeast security meeting with the Inspector General of Police, Adamu Mohammed, the President General of Ohanese, raised alarm over the multiple police checkpoints in the zone, with the attendant extortion of motorist harassment and intimidation of every suspect. Now, you can see that all this is October 13, this year, 2020, Tuesday, October 13. That's when it's reported in Vanguard News. But this, over the years, been complaining about this, they never do anything. And you people want respect for Fulani, you're there talking, speaking English. Continue to pretend. Now it says here, World Internal Security and Police Index. It says terrorism remains one of the greatest threats to internal security. Terrorism has increased dramatically over the last 3 years. This is a security index for 2016. Between 62,000 people have been killed in terrorism attacks between 2012 and 2014. You see, this is World Internal Security and Police Index. 62,000. Who's 62,000 people killed? I mean, who is behind Islam? 99% is Islamic religion of peace. Religion of peace. Sick people. These people are sick beyond measure. Now it says here, the biggest rise in the last year occurred in Nigeria, the worst performing country in the WIS, in the World Internal Security and Police Index. In Nigeria, the worst performing country. Nigeria performed worst on the index, followed by the Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Uganda, and Pakistan. However, countries with protracted civil conflicts are not eligible for the index. So you see, the 5 best countries in performance in terms of policing are Singapore, Finland, Denmark, Austria, and Germany. The 5 worst performing countries are Pakistan, Uganda, Kenya, Congo. Nigeria is the last. The worst. Even in U.S. State Department 2019 country report on human rights practices by Nigeria. This is what it says. The insurgency in the northeast by the military terrorist groups Boko Haram and Islamic State of West Africa continue. The groups conducted numerous attacks on government and civilian targets, resulting in thousands of deaths and injuries, widespread destruction and internal displacement, and more than 2 million persons in external displacement of an estimated 243,875 Nigerian refugees to neighboring countries as of September 30. Modo and Co. didn't see all this. This is not causing war. This is not causing war. It is people fighting police somewhere. That's because after SARS report, the police that is killing them, and so that is what is causing war. This is Boko Haram here. Displacements of 243,875. This is 2019 U.S. report, State Department report. It says significant human rights abuses, including unlawful and arbitrary killings, including extrajudicial killings, forced disappearances, torture, and arbitrary detention. All the above by both government and non-state actors. This is U.S. report 2019 about Nigeria. Both government and non-state actors are committing the significant human rights abuses, including unlawful and arbitrary killings, including extrajudicial killings, forced disappearances, torture, and arbitrary detention. All of the above, both by the government and non-state actors. Harsh and life-threatening prison conditions, unlawful infringement on citizens' privacy rights, criminal libel, violence against and unjustified arrests of journalists, substantial interference with the rights of peaceful assembly and freedom of association. This is about Nigeria. The government took some steps to investigate alleged abuses, but there were few public reports of prosecution of officials who committed violations. This is U.S. report from the State Department in the United States. So that for those of you, I mean, this is a source you believe now. Yes, you say you don't believe in Biafra. Oh, they are talking this, that, and that. Okay, you believe U.S. Because some of you are so brainwashed. So this one, you believe it now. That's why I'm reading it to you. You can go into the internet and pull it up yourself. Okay? A State Department report on Nigeria. Simple. 2019, last year. So the government took some steps to investigate alleged abuses, but there were few public reports or prosecutions of officials who committed violations, whether in the security forces or elsewhere in the government. Impunity remained widespread at all levels of government. No charges were filed in some of the significant allegations of human rights violations by security forces and cases of police or military extortion or other abuse of power. You see that? Independent of London, UK, says in its World News, Global Terrorism Index, says Nigerian Fulani militants names as 4th deadliest terror group in the world. 4th deadliest terror group in the world. And they are proscribing a Biafran group that hasn't killed anybody. They're simply demonstrating, acting within the ambits of the law, acting within their rights. Only Boko Haram, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab were deemed deadlier than the little-known militant group from West Africa. So now it is grown because this is 2015. So now that Fulani herdsmen should have come to second. So Boko Haram, ISIS, and Fulani herdsmen are like the worst terrorist groups, then followed by Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and all the rest. This Independent of London reporting. You see? And they are killing people in Rivers State, in Ebonyi State. These governors do not raise their voices. I'm mentioning these governors constantly so we understand. After exposing them, they should not be talking again. They should go and do their job. This nonsense way of thinking should end in our society. We are not Fulani people. We can't begin to reason like that. Stop the rubbish and go and do your job. If you don't want to do, you go. If you don't want to defend your people and stand for what is right, then that's it. Can you get out of there? You are free to go. Let somebody else who can do it stand in there. And look at Vanguard of September 24, 2017. It says, IPOB, not a terrorist organization, US. The United, by Anthony Obuna, this is Vanguard. The United States government has said that it does not see the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, as terrorist organization. While the federal government of Nigeria has prescribed IPOB and labeled it a terrorist organization, the US government, however, said it does not see IPOB as a terrorist organization. He said, although US is strongly in support of a peaceful resolution to internal crisis in Nigeria, however, under the United States law, IPOB does not fit into a terrorist organization. There's no terrorist organization that can be moving around the world, demonstrating in capital cities and so on and so forth. It does not work that way. So we're BRM, Biafran Restoration Movement, but we will speak for our people and our brothers at any time, and particularly what is right. So there is something that leads to police extrajudicial killing, and next week we will talk about it. Maazị Ahmed Fulukandi, you have some commentary to make, please. Now, before we close, closing remarks, because we've been here for 4 hours, 20 minutes. If Maazị Ahmed Fulukandi is there, or I can get from Chuks Ikerigwe.
Okay, Chus is there. Chus is there.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as we speak, I'm getting more information that the killings are still happening.
Oh my goodness.
That the killings are still happening. Now it has become systematic. You know, before it was something done in a hurry. Now it has become systematic. They are now going house to house, picking young guys, especially people they feel are sympathetic to our IPOB, going from us to house, picking them up and disappearing them. Yeah, watch the word disappearing them. They'll disappear them never to be seen again. Don't forget that Wike actually promised his people to go and fish them out. He told all the local government chairmen to fish out anybody who is an IPOB person. IPOB is not written on anybody's head. Some people are sympathetic to a cause. They might not really be a member, but they are sympathetic to it. And you know that when this is happening, nobody knows. If I have issue with you, you can just use it as an opportunity to set me up. And this is why we're saying this, and most people do not understand what we're talking about. I'm married on this because it's an avenue for people to do all manner of evil to another person. Just to carry favor from the government. So, and that's why this must stop. I would have wished that when Mohanes and Igbo leaders went there, they should have said, okay, even if it's not happened before, then let it not happen again. But they never did anything like that. Why wouldn't we continue? Why wouldn't we systematically continue the killing? Where they couldn't even tell him, okay, even if let's even assume like that it did not happen before, but let it not happen again. They couldn't say something like so. They just like gave him a pass mark to systematically kill our people. And then when you talk, people will start asking you, oh, they're terrorists, this is about terrorists. Well, okay, what the army did was to take care of the terrorists. For example, we have terrorists arrested in the northern part. They have been set free. They have been taken, they have been paid money. They have been integrated. They have been radicalized. They have been sent back to the society. Even if these people are terrorists, why would their own treatment be different? Why would they be subject to different treatment from what the Nigerian state is actually treating terrorists as? Is it because of where they come from or what? We've said here we will never support evil, no matter who is involved. We've been insulted by even the IPOB group. BRM has been insulted by IPOB, but that will never stop us from speaking the truth, no matter who is involved. We will keep saying the truth. Whatever it costs us, we will stand on the truth. And that's why we do not really bloody care what others are saying. You might support evil because you have issues with Nnamdi Kanu. But this is not about Nnamdi Kanu. This is about our people. Because these people are systematically picking people up without even knowing who they are. So if you have a problem with Nnamdi Kanu and you decide to support this evil, that is your business. But don't come and tell us in BRM or RBI to follow your route, because we will not follow it, because it's evil, it's wickedness, it's sheer evil. It's wicked, it's sheer evil. We will never support them. If any evil here, our decision remains to say the truth at all times without caring whose us is God. We will continue in this distance forever and ever. The good news as well that I want to report is that newspaper like the Washington Post is also picking on the news. It's also picking on this. Yeah, it's also picking on the killings. I'll try to share the articles too. That means that the world is really keeping an eye on what is happening in Obigbo. Yeah, and at the end of the day, those who are responsible must be willing to go in for it. We will not take our eye off the ball of Obigbo massacre. We will definitely keep our eye until all is done and we are sure that justice has been done. Until that happens, we'll keep an eye on Obigbo. Thank you all for listening, and we'll remain the People's Sovereign Radio Station. We'll definitely be back next week with another live broadcast. And by then, we'll be talking about what leads to police extrajudicial killing, police brutalities. You must keep a day with us next week. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our wonderful brother, Chuksi Kediva. Your analysis is good to relish. Thank you so much. I'll call on Mazi Ahmed Funukando to give us his own closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mazi Morano. And thank you, my brother Kedigwe, and Sister Ozoma, and all members of the panel today. It gives me really pleasure to talk with you and all the things that have been said. And the update Brother Kedigwe had just given about the continuous killing of our youth in Port Harcourt. We have all known by now that this Islamization agenda we have been talking about for years now, it has really been materializing. So all this is we're saying is something that had been predicted, but our people did not take anything seriously because we have bad leadership. In my earlier speech, I said we have to devise another way to deal with them because they cannot help themselves. They are under this constitution that has tied them down. They cannot do anything. And the strategy the Fulanis have put in place is to really make us hungry, just like during the war when the air, land, and sea were blocked. We didn't have access to food, medicine, and so on. That is what is happening right now. I'm also glad to hear that the world is gradually listening to what is going on. I am glad that the youths have really come up. So let nobody worry about what is going on. There is a definite start of change of what is going to happen. But we have to learn, and keep on repeating it, that we must learn to work with other groups. For example, remember during this SARS protest, the whole of the South and the Middle Belt, elders sat together and had a press release whereby they challenged the northern elder leaders, Arewa leaders, because the people in the north support the SARS, but the people in the South and Middle Belt are saying that the SARS should be disbanded. That was a very good opportunity that had brought our people together. In this type of situation, we have to be involved. BRM has to be involved directly or indirectly in a way by continuously educating our people, our youths, like what we are doing right now. That is our sure bet. Remember all the conditions the youths gave. The only thing, it was so much that they should have just broken it into just focusing on the Constitution, because the Constitution contained everything they wrote in there, and the constitutions they were and the conditions they were asking for. So I was saying, concluding myself, really, every movement, every discussion that will focus on that fraudulent Nigerian 1999 Constitution, let this be part of the things we are going to be working on, even in our radio station here. Focus on the Constitution, because that document is the problem of the whole of Nigeria, and particularly affecting us. You've seen that the Fulanis have thrown out a bait. And what is that bait? The 2023 election. That's a bit. It's confusing. The moment our people have started struggling for that, and now they're calling it's going to be for the southeast or south or whatever. Now, misunderstanding will continue. And with this misunderstanding, the Fulanis will be entrenching themselves. So, what I want to say is this. Everything we are talking about, the killings and everything, it has been there and it will continue to remain there until we extricate ourselves from that country, Nigeria. We have the best of luck now that the South and Middle Belt have agreed. Instead of talking too much again, I am expecting that the key leaders in all of these areas should by now have a plan to do what they have to do. That you cannot get your freedom by just talking and begging. You cannot. The Fulanese, all they know is force with force. Now that we have the majority, the South and the Middle Belt, position ourselves, train the children, do what we have to do, and call it a day that we have taken off on our own. Ask all the Northerners who are in the South to start heading back to the North. The only problem, you remember, our people are always businessmen, traders, they are all over. But sometimes when I get down to that point, I said, everybody has been given opportunity to think how you can now take care of this situation. Okay? That means translating it in English, it's like you have to secure your land before you start talking about mats to sleep on. We have told the people, our people in the North, you are there. Train yourself. Be prepared at all times on how to protect yourself. But to protect and defend the South is our responsibility. When that time comes, we will see what is going to happen. But I'm telling you all, the youths, thank God that they have woken up. They are moving. And we are going to support them in any way they want to do it. Ours is to guide them, give them advice on, some of the tactical means. Anyway, let me leave that area alone. Thank you very much, everybody, member of the panel today. Thank you, Maralo. May God continue guiding us in all we are doing. But our salvation is around the corner.
Amen to that.
Thank you very much. God bless.
Yeah, amen. Thank you so much, Ahmed Flokani. Thank you for your advice. Thank you. I remember you mentioned the Constitution. Last 2 weeks, I think we talked about the Constitution of Nigeria being the prime obstacle to peace, because it was made illegitimately. It was made unacceptably to the people without the consent and consultation and consent of the people. So it is illegal. It is a forgery, actually. 99 constitutions we have it today. It's just a forgery. That's basically. Even the one they made under 1914 by Lord Douglas, forgery. I mean, who did he consult? The sovereignty lies with the people. So some people can just meet somewhere and just say this is constitution. So it has to be thrown into the trash where it belongs, the Nigerian constitution. Yes, and Nigeria will go to the trash too, and people can form their own associations and nations if they want it. It's as simple as that. I would like to call on Ojo Meme to give us her closing remarks. Sister Ojo Meme, give us her closing remarks before we close down for the day. And that is very important. We must all endeavor to pay attention to events. I'm happy that social media now is awash with current political events, and it's very important. And our young people are becoming more and more educated. They don't just see these politicians as people who are there to help them, as they used to see before. Oh, well, we have a governor representing us. The governor is not representing you. That governor is finishing you up. That's what you do. They don't represent you. They represent you. They will stand for your case. You would have seen your life get better because they are fighting for you. They are standing against your Fulani oppressors, but they don't. They're working for them because most of them are intimidated, most of them are corrupt, most of them are also evil. They're wicked. So that's when there's, as Mazen Mefulukan said, begging Fulani is not the Fulani plots this. They've been doing it for centuries. So it is their culture. Yeah, they will come and seize the leader, intimidate the leader, use him to influence the other people, and then when he has subdued, use him to subdue his people. When your leader has been subdued his people, they'll kill the leader, and that's it. But it's God will not allow them to succeed here. Assist Oziomeme if you're around the corner. If I cannot be connected to Oziomeme, then I will. Yeah, I think I'm able to get her right now. Yeah, to give us that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I thank all the panelists, Chusi Kedigwe, Veteran Okando, and our super engineer Leonard Anemene, who's coordinating everything, and then our anchor, Mazi Odemwon, and then our listeners for having the patience to listen and hear what we have to say. I thank you all very much. In closing, we have work to do. But the good thing is that we know our starting point. We know what the issues are. It's hard when you don't know what issues you're dealing with, but we know what the issues are. So we have work to do. And the important thing is that we're beginning to work together as a group of people. And for the governors, I mean, there's no point saying anything to them. It's like when, how did Paul put it in the back? When your brain is deranged, you act like a zombie. And basically, that's what our governors are to their northern oligarchy masters. They are there to serve them and not to serve you. So we all have to understand that they are there for their own interests. And with their election supposedly coming up, there will be more of that happening because now the governors will have to prove themselves that they are worthy of their master's help. So we have to be vigilant with that. Unfortunately, as we're planning and doing stuff, our people are being killed systematically, which is really horrible. And that is another area we need to figure out how to deal with this. It's an issue, it's a big problem. Killing people is the worst thing, the worst crime that any leader can do. You can't create a life, so why do you just take it like that? And unfortunately, when a life from Christian life or Biafran life is taken, it's like it's nothing. It's like they step on an ant. But when they fight back, oh my God, all hell will break loose, and then they'll go after them more. But God is a living God, and like Mazi Odemwala said, we need to stop the idolatry of worshiping other evils, other idols, and other things that is not congruent with worshiping God, the God that is keeping us and created us, and He knows what is good for us. So on that note, there's hope. As long as we have faith and we're working on what we need to do, all is well. And we just continue to move forward, putting one step in front of the other as to what we do. And then we need to reduce the talking of whatever the plan is on the air or whatever, just to encourage people. Because when you divulge your plan in the air, you're arming your enemy against how to take care of it. So I thank you all for listening, and you all have a great weekend and remain blessed. And I thank all the panelists. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our own Ozioma, our wonderful sister. Very much appreciated. for the help. You and Ahmed Fukando, a veteran, and Chuksi Kedigwe, we appreciate your contributions that you have done this and you have helped people. We thank also our engineer who is at the base anchor of this, the technocrat. That is what I call him. This is what he is. World-class technocrat. Mazilio Anyamena, who has always been there, and all this service been put up for the love of God and the love of his people. I thank you all for all your contributions and the listeners for listening. Next week we will talk about
Master, please.
Yes, please.
Please, before we finally go close, I'll just plead your indulgence to wish happy belated birthday to our own Oga in the house, Mazi Kenawan Onenyi. His birthday was a few days ago, not yesterday. So just wish him long life and prosperity. Thank you.
We wish Mazi Kenawan Onenyi happy birthday. He is one of the pillars of this radio station. He's the pillars of the Biafran struggle, actually, that's going on. And we appreciate him greatly. He's a veteran too. So, all respects and honor to him and his sacrifice for us. They are invaluable, and we thank God for his life and all who have contributed to the Biafra International. And we ask you to also help. You can always help. And we urge our people, do something. Don't just stay in the sofa and take popcorn and watch movies. No. Do something. Get up. Join some organization. Radio Biafra is here. You can join us. You can join other groups. Your town union meeting, join it. But be doing something. When you get to that meeting, speak up. Don't let people just sit down there ignorant. Or you people are there afraid. Oh, who is representing the federal government? No, speak up in unison, all of you. That's how you cure that fear. If you keeping quiet there, all of you will. How can you be somewhere in Asia? Or, the federal government is coming there to harass you. No. The Biafrans have come out boldly to the world already and they demonstrated and they're still demonstrating. Don't hide it. Expose it. The worst thing you can do to evil is to expose it. Once you expose it, I'm telling you, it will end up sooner than you think. And thank you very much. And I appreciate you listening. God bless you. And God bless Biafra. Until we meet again, from me, Odimalo, it's goodbye.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Radio Biafra is proud to launch its new mobile app. This app makes it easier for listeners to access live and repeat broadcasts at any given time. The app is available on Android and Apple stores and is free to install, so just search for Radio Biafra into all one word to get the app on your device.
Radio Biafra International broadcasts are always anchored on well-researched information and not based on personalities, frivolities, and foul languages. The main objective of Radio Biafra International is to empower Biafrans and give them knowledge through professionally delivered information, education, and enlightenment towards the ultimate goal of restoration of the nation of Biafra.
So don't forget, Radio Biafra into all one word.
And join us during our podcasts, and you'll be glad you did.
the beat. Biafra, 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 Biafra,
Oh yeah, why, Mr. Bright Day, equity, yeah, boy. What we need is freedom. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Stop your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Stop your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down.
I wake up in the morning to see people falling. I wake up in the morning to see army shooting. What are they shooting? And who is running? All of the soldiers that we might live. Come to Abia, there is bloodshed. The blood of the innocent are calling for the dead. Come to Abia, there is bloodshed. All of the soldiers that we might live. Come to Abia, there is bloodshed. Innocent souls are calling for revenge. Though we raise a flag, they shoot us down. Biafra, we stand and nothing more. But they are shooting, and we are dying. And we are marching out today in thousands. Though we speak out loud, they shoot us down. Biafra, we stand and nothing more.
Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Stop your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Stop your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down. Many things where they happen for Nigeria. Many things where they happen, I know like every day shooting and killing my brother. People dying like flies, it no good oh. I. Oh no, it no good oh. Killing innocent people fighting for the right, it no good oh. Our state is on fire now. All we need is our freedom. Baba God in the sky, I they call you. All the people of the east, I they hear you. Make we keep them on the move, we go make them. God helping us, all we go make them. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Stop your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Stop your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down. Agitation is all that we do. Total freedom, now waiting we want. Stop your God, no, na peaceful contest. If you kill low, you don't send me down.
Waiting we want on a total freedom. Waiting we need on a total freedom. Waiting we want on a total freedom. Oluwa oh, a total freedom.
You don't send me down. You don't send me down. You don't send me down. If you kill low, you don't send me down.
This makes sense.
Yes, this is not a kind of debate. All we want is Biafra people.
All we want is Biafra. All we want is freedom. All we want is Biafra.
blood and I can the beat. I am here calling you, oh Lord, praying to you, singing to you, oh Yahushua, because they made us slaves in our own land. I can remember once upon a time in the Bible where the Israelites used songs and praises to lead on the wall of Jericho. This is the kind of miracle we need for our freedom. We know you can answer us as you answer Israelite the days of their slavery in Egypt. They might shoot us, they might kill us. Bloodshed everywhere. Give us their prayer. Give us freedom. Oh Lord, Yahushua, I call upon you.
I know. Oh Lord, I know. All we want is power. All we want is freedom. All we want is power. All we want is freedom.
Truer words were never spoken. The less you associate with some people, the more your life will improve. Anytime you tolerate mediocrity in others, it increases your mediocrity. An important attribute in successful people is their impatience with negative thinking and negative acting people. As you grow, your associates will change. Some of your friends will not want you to go on. They will want you to stay where they are. Friends that don't help you climb will want you to crawl. Your friends will stretch your vision or choke your dream. Those that don't increase you will eventually decrease you. Consider this. Never receive counsel from unproductive people. Never discuss your problems with someone incapable of contributing to the solution, because those who never succeed themselves are always first to tell you how. Not everyone has a right to speak into your life. You are certain to get the worst of the bargain when you exchange ideas with the wrong person. Don't follow anyone who's not going anywhere. With some people, you spend an evening. With others, you invest it. Be careful where you stop to inquire for directions along the road of life. Wise is the person who fortifies his life with the right friendships. If you run with wolves, you will learn how to howl. But if you associate with eagles, you will learn how to soar to great heights. A mirror reflects a man's face, but what he is really like is shown by the kind of friends he chooses. The simple but true fact of life is that you become like those with whom you closely associate, for the good and the bad. Note, be not mistaken. This is applicable to family as well as friends. Yes, do love, appreciate, and be thankful for your family, for they will always be your family, no matter what. Just know that they are human first, and though they are family to you, they may be a friend to someone else and will fit somewhere in the criteria above. In prosperity, our friends know us. In adversity, we know our friends. Never make someone a priority when you are only an option for them. If you are going to achieve excellence in big things, you develop the habit in little matters. Excellence is not an exception, it is a prevailing attitude.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.
Radio Biafra is proud to launch its new mobile app. This app makes it easier for listeners to access live and repeat broadcasts at any given time. The app is available on Android and Apple stores and is free to install, so just search for Radio Biafra into all one word to get the app on your device.
Radio Biafra International broadcasts are always anchored on well-researched information and not based on personalities, frivolities, and foul languages. The main objective of Radio Biafra International is to empower Biafrans and give them knowledge through professionally delivered information, education, and enlightenment towards the ultimate goal of restoration of the nation of Biafra.
So don't forget, Radio Biafra into all one word.
And join us during our podcasts and you'll be glad you did.
Master 2020. I can champion of Bakola when on all of my before you became with you. Because when I stay safe, we must have Corona when of money from what they say about Holiday now. What can you get the idea? I want to know before you became with you, baby.
Radio Biafra International, empowering the people.